production.
Did it really make it go on to a completely different one? It did. You flammin' flip-dickin' thing. That's annoying. If God damn it, fucking keep clicking the wrong damn things. Well, we can almost hit 5 likes on 2 different streams today, guys, right? We're experts at making sure we hit that. Yeah, but again, we don't need it for the trains. We can get the trains to do the stuff that we need to do without the LTN network. The LTN network will undoubtedly make it look nicer and be easier to work with, but we don't actually need it for what we have going on right now. We can grab or we can set up a train stop so that it grabs the or it'll be like, oh hey, let's go grab the iron from this area and deliver it to this area. God damn it.
Great. Rubber is going to need latex.
Oh good. That's what we've always wanted.
We do get a new recipe for transport belts.
I mean, we're almost at better rubber, which I think Knight said we won't need something for rubber. I don't remember what it was. He said it when I first jumped in. Okay, this is almost empty. A more efficient rubber recipe. From the circuit process? Oh, nice. We'll still need latex for the rubber, but it looks like it'll be a cheaper recipe. Yeah, I really wish if you like end stream and restarted it, YouTube would just go back right into the same length as you were in before. It's a little annoying that it doesn't. I almost started that.
Also very interesting. We're also gonna unlock long-handed restarters now.
Well,
We're
that'll
gonna
that'll
get
make things easier.
yeah, we're gonna get 2 long-handed inserters for 1 inserter, 10 chromium, 1 iron nexolite antimony special alloy, 1 circuit belt, 1 belt, and 5 small parts.
Sounds like we're gonna end up needing more small parts here at some point.
Rubber, like asphalt, but flexible.
Jarv says he needs to get into your servers when playing Warzone, because the ones he gets into are trash, by the way. God damn it. Uh-oh. Something broke here. Why are we broke? No calcium carbide. Oh, no power in general. What? Why is our power busted? No input fluid. Ah. There we go. Oh, I think I see. Car, come back. Oh, well, we were almost at our 5 likes for the day. We'll see if we can bring her back around.
My use for slaughterhouse.
Oh, streamer.bot isn't working again.
Of course it isn't.
Yeah, I know. Why would it ever work? Let's just close it and reopen it real quick. Oh yeah, it's working now. Thank you for the likes. God damn it. What? I didn't even touch that one. Okay, put all those in there. Okay, how much you got left? 2.8. Alright, so this one's almost done. Gonna start running out of all of our iron at the main base here soon.
Yeah. At least At least we have 4 foundries working on iron.
In an ideal world, we would have enough iron to finish getting us to trains and train stations. Because then we can just set up the iron train station and we're good.
Yeah, you're probably gonna need to borrow iron from the giant chest in the middle, which currently has 28,000 in it.
Wait, giant chest in the middle? Are you talking about the iron down here?
Let's talk about this chest.
Oh, I completely forgot about that one, actually. Well, if that's the case, we're in a less of a scary moment than I thought whenever it came to iron. All right. Sciencing time. Still out of moss. I'm gonna need some more carbon dioxide, I think. I'm just constantly out of it. Let's see. Nope. Wrong one. No. Alright. Where's carbon dioxide? There it is. 2 coke into a high pressure furnace. We could do that. That shouldn't be too bad. Oh my god, is that what I'm doing over here? Okay. Let's undo that. I am out of iron. Let's do that. Alright, let's see. You go here. No. I didn't have a heart attack. You had a heart attack. Oh, welcome back, Chubbs. Yeah, I really don't like the fact that you're required to get a whole new stream link if your stream goes down. Hiccup. Where is it? There it is. Oh, That doesn't work, I don't think. Unless I just do this. God damn it. I mean, I could go boom, boom. Do that. Huh. See, that won't work. Why? Why what?
Because we had far too low steam out here. This was the only place I could think of relatively close by. It's just a temporary fix till we get the stuff here sorted.
I think Knight is regretting doing this with us more and more as he realizes that we're not afraid to go spaghetti and rice with our builds. To here. See, Knight, that's the difference between you and us. We're not afraid to go out the typical normal stuff that people would do. We're ready to go dick deep in all of the craziest bullshits that nobody ever wants to see.
Yeah, sandcasts need a creosote.
I don't like that. Where's the carbon dioxide? Out there. You know what? We could probably get it out there.
Probably more than 5,800 sandcasts.
How many do we need for stuff?
Well, we need it for the chromium, which requires 1 sandcast per 5 chromium.
Yeah, but see, Knight, that's the thing. You can have a balanced process all you want. It's not going to do anything for you in the long run. Because you're going to have to unbalance it for the nice, easy, balanced stuff later. You're not going to be able to have the same inputs and outputs coming in as we did before. So you're gonna have to unbalance it at some point anyway.
Yeah. We're gonna need to tear down this factory multiple times. You know that, we know that. Even Jeff knows it.
True, but acting like they're going to change and just getting it so we can get to those late game processes is more important than trying to make a pretty process that's going on, because you're going to spend 10, 20, 30 hours trying to make the process pretty whenever you can spend 10, 20, 30 hours getting to the later ends of the process and making it so that you can do a more efficient process. And then you spend the other 4 to 5 hours making that prettier, more efficient process, and you don't waste the 10, 20, 30 hours tearing it down and rebuilding it again. There's a madness to our method. Where the hell is this going? Okay. Alright. Well, that's not gonna really speed it up much, but it'll at least give us something going. You leaving?
You want me to take that?
If you
Think
wouldn't
for
mind.
you.
I love
I
you.
don't mean to shock you. I love you too.
Have fun.
Sure.
Be safe.
And for the creosote, this process was all completely stuck. The steam boilers had no fuel, and with just these two, it will never keep up.
Damn, carbon dioxide everywhere. Good lord. Casting's gonna be a more efficient way of using our resources, isn't it? That's the
Yeah,
whole
you
reason why we push for it.
Yeah, casting will be important a little bit later on to get more iron, copper, and the other stuff.
I'll be right back. I have to go save my girlfriend from herself. My girlfriend. Help, I've locked myself out. I let her in. She's like, I thought I put my keys in my purse. She comes looking for her keys and finds that they're not nowhere to be found. And then she looks in her purse, and wouldn't you know it, guess what's in there? Her keys. The purse that she had on her while she was locked out.
Yeah, we do need the cost for the chrome. And that's indeed currently the only thing we need that I can see before the trains. But it's just a show way that we can at least have a little bit left over if we're gonna start the process with the casting.
I feel like Knight's kind of grumpy today.
Has to do with us.
Probably. How can we do that? No, that wouldn't work. If I could get it down here, that would work. Where does it stop? Right there. Of course it does. We could. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Then we can move this. Oh, balls. No, we can't do that. Shit. Damn, then that won't work. Will it? Maybe. No? Yes. Okay, that won't work. Nope, that won't work. Right there. My little bit of spaghetti is a bit confusing right now because it's not working out the way that I thought it was going to work out. Why are you here anyway? Do you even have any inputs? I don't think you do. So I'm kind of just setting this up for no reason. I can move that. Alright, I'm officially an idiot. Ugh, hiccup. Oh god. I'm dying. Alright, so... That's fully tapped. We got this right here. But I got some craziness going on with that stuff right now. We could bring it up to like right here. Alright, I can move that down one. that. That like that. Put you like that. I'm pretty sure that's what that's supposed to be for as well. Nice. Okay, well that should help get it into a better standing. Okay. Now that I'm pretty sure we got everything back up and running in a decent manner. Fill that bad boy back up. Take these because we know that they're going to need them here in a second anyway. Yeah, there we go. Now we're getting enough. Okay. Now we're moving along. That's just a lovely sight to see. Alright, let's go check what's going on up here. Random ash on the belt again. Where's the ash coming from? Is it you? No, it couldn't be. Because you're a whitelist stat only. Unless... You know... Oh... Yeah, that's why. Okay, we can get rid of that. Switch these around. There we go. That should fix that. What is this? Coal dust? Random zinc ore? What the hell? Why is there zinc ore in the coal dust?
You know, I have no idea. saw it. I saw it a few days ago as well, and I was like, okay.
So what do we use meat, guts, and chitin for? And brains.
Later stuff.
Oh, cool. Oh. Alright, well, now that we fixed all of that, and it's now hopefully running at a halfway decent potential. Animal food? Oh, I gotcha. So once we hit like the tier 2 rocks and stuff like that. There's something going on with our...
The animal food on the zone is already kind of like, that's a process. For the frog's food, we need 3 cellulose, 4 agar, 6 tree seeds, 5 bark woad, okay, the mushroom, 10 moss, 1 tin plate, and 100 steam.
That's quite a bit for food.
Yeah, you'll get 4 food out of it.
Well, that's good at least. I don't know why I
Once you
didn't
go
grab my
for 2
car.
cage frogs recipes, that will give you guaranteed 3 to 7 cage frogs.
Alright, so what's our hold up here? Ash, I should have known.
Yeah, once they get to tier 2, the ashes won't be a problem anymore.
God, I can't wait until we can actually afford getting stuff to tier 2. Hey Knight, do you need a line of coke anywhere? Let's see, did Knight go live? He did not. Alright, well. I guess now that maintenance stuff is done, time to get my ass on working on more science.
Yeah, we need more latex.
By my very in-depth and obviously very adequate and smart calculations, the 28, 25 Vrux that I have should be enough to get us to the new rubber.
I mean, I just put in research.
Oh, did you? Oh.
Yeah. The rubber is basically done.
Yeah, that's what he just said. I'm going to do some more slaughtering.
Gonna get a new recipe for rubber stoppers. We're gonna get 2 rubber stoppers for every rubber. Which requires 1 latex. So
Yep.
technically latex cost is the same. The recipe that we now have for rubber stoppers is 2 latex and 10 coal for 4 stoppers. Nice.
Hey guys, look, it's my element, boron, but with an M. Okay, so that should be the last, like, going along thing. Now it's just straight line down to trains. Do you feel better?
Yes.
Fish process 1.
Grab it. Grab it.
Are you talking about fish stage 1? Okay, yeah, it's gonna be actually quite a bit out of the way to get that. Cause, well, not too bad, I guess. We would need to do composting first, and then the fish stage 1, which adds on another 230 science. Okay, I'm just saying, why can't we do the murder death killing of these Vrooks ourselves? Just shoot them a couple times, they die, we're good, take the stuff. Like, I'm just saying, if we're already gonna send them to a slaughterhouse, we should be able to do it by hand, you know? Have a whole animation of us just having our shotgun right there and just blast it real quick in the butt. That way we still have usable meat and brains.
I mean, the meat is useful if we had enemies.
Yeah, I imagine we could probably cook it, right?
We can dry it.
Same difference.
Yeah, the meat you can dry in a furnace or foundry to get 5 dried meat,
Oh.
which use 80 physical damage.
So we're going to be getting after moron, but with a B, we're going to have tin processing, which should give us a little bit more efficient tin. I don't think we really need it right now, but it'll be good for whenever we go to get more tin things going.
Yeah, it's not needed now.
It seems like, well, I don't know if casting will be for everything, but it seems like at some point we need to have those jaw crushers like everywhere.
Now with with the big machines that with bunch of big machines that we need. I'm surprised my one smelter for the Duralium is keeping up easily.
Yeah, it actually like yeah, sometimes have to go over there and give it a kick to get it moving again, but like it's actually the only door aluminum we have, and I still have a ton.
Yeah, and I think I fixed that issue by putting a single instead of gas thingy. Or, the, or, or was the single full as well?
Um, I th I think the sinkhole was just needs latex fed to it. Okay, I'll have latex here in a second. Yeah, I think I put one of the gas burners. You probably are the one who put the sinkhole instead. But yeah, the overflow for the tar is definitely what keeps her going at night.
Yeah, I used the tar to fuel the smelter. And then every overflow it goes just in a single now.
Oh, Dragon had chapstick on when she kissed me, and I just took a drink of my Pepsi. And I must have gotten a little bit on the Pepsi can, because now I taste the chapstick. That's the worst. It's like the very generic, non-scented or flavored chapstick. It's just a basic original, so it doesn't even like it have a decent taste or smell to it. Oh. 84 hours in, we completed a rubber. Guys, we got some rubbers.
Yeah.
Missed a pipe. How dare you miss a pipe? What the hell?
I can use that rubber to make 2 more of the thingies. Stoppers.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to like make it so that you could see behind the buildings, because some of them are so tall. It's like, I don't know what's back there. Alright, we're just about done with the latex up here. Oh god, I sneezed that time and now like my whole left arm is like, ugh.
But with the unlocking of rubber, we also have a new recipe for transport belts.
Yeah, rubber transport belts, right?
Yeah, 5 iron plates, 5 belts, and 3 small parts for 15 transport belts.
So we don't even need rubber for it?
Yeah, the belts require rubber.
Oh.
2 rubber per 1 belt.
Oh, we need... I mean... The belt speed is 15 items a second. Our regular belts are also 15 items a second. They're not any better, I don't think.
No, they're just the regular tier 1 belts, but the recipe is more efficient. Cost way. Yeah.
Same belts, better recipe.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but I would imagine it's a better recipe if you have a more sustained latex going
Yeah,
on.
that's the only issue.
I don't
But
see us being able to maintain that with our current latex situation.
no, not yet. For that, we definitely need to upgrade our fiber production.
Five more belts for the same iron and copper. I'm coming with my latex so you can make some rubbers. Oh boy, I should really remember to just drive my car everywhere.
Right. I have an idea. You know, you see that this also outputs steam, right? Can't we connect that to the steam that is required for some of the machineries up here?
That is a crazy looking animation.
Never mind what I said, it's the wrong temperature.
Am I the only one who thinks this animation for this heavy oil refinery is cool as shit?
Yeah, looks cool, yeah. Rubber.
It always baffles me whenever there's modding communities that are this good at this kind of thing, to the point where, like, this is a whole nother game. Like, it's a full-scale DLC that the developers could have grabbed and sold for money, but instead people just made this because they wanted to.
Yeah, I love modding communities for these kind of games. They always make some of the most amazing stuff.
Because, like, it would have been very easy to just have a very basic machine sitting here, and there's, like, no animation for it. But instead they, like, make full-scale animations, they do all this crazy stuff. It's so cool.
Yeah. Rubber.
Anthracene from the circuits. It doesn't have steam.
Yeah, these two alone can't keep up. That's just a minor problem. Totally not my fault.
I mean, it just doesn't have cool. It's not a matter of whose fault it is or what have you. It's just we don't have any cool.
Yeah. One of the reasons why I also put this little steam setup up here, which I shall manually feed.
More stone goes to the wayside. This whole stone patch up here is almost completely empty.
Don't worry, we have stone enough.
Yeah, I just like trying to fully empty the patches. One, it's just satisfying to empty all of the patches, and two, it makes it so we're not dealing with like overflowing resources later on. Who is demanding attention from the oh yeah, I know, it's live on my channel. Thank you. So I told Knight this the one day whenever I first got the email. I think it was yesterday? Maybe the day before. I don't remember exactly. But I got the weirdest email I think I could have ever gotten. You can now sell merch on OnlyFans.
I mean, it is a smart idea.
It is. It provides a lot more income for the people who do OnlyFans content. But what kind of fucking merch are you gonna be selling on OnlyFans?
Tasteful news body pillows.
Yeah, probably. That.
Maybe you can finally get them.
The problem is they don't have a body pillow. They only have regular pillows. Or else I would've. Because I do technically still owe the community the Tasteful Nudes body pillow. I haven't forgotten about it. Just collecting a whole bunch of coal cause I'm full. Or until I'm full. I don't know. My brain no work last couple days. Brain stinky. And yay, we did it.
We can also use the entrance that's being made in the coke crash before that requires the pitch.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I have a whole bunch up in my tailing ponds. Don't worry guys, I come with a delivery of coal. Because I'm cool like that.
Likewise,
Did I put the cages away? No. Do we need pitch for anything? So, I have a shit ton of anthracene up here. I got some right here and right here. Oops, well, sorry. It's right next to the second one. I'm incredibly dumb. I pinged the wrong one. But yeah, I got like 2 tailing ponds that are almost always full of anthracene.
Yeah, nice.
And then I have 2 full tailing ponds of pitch. Used in the circuit process. Do you need more pitch? Because I got 200,000 of it. Oh, we can also use it in asphalt whenever we unlock it. So, stone brick, coke, and barrels, essentially, until we get the asphalt. Runs to overflow already? Oh, well. We got it whenever we get the asphalt. I'm gonna try to keep the tailing ponds up here full of it so that we have a ton for whenever we get the asphalt. Which, surprisingly, is actually very close to where we are. We could probably get it in no time at all. We are 2 researches from asphalt. It would take us away from the trains, but we can get it. Okay, those mosses are still doing good. Got 25 of them bad boys there. Did someone just take the science?
Looks like it. Because the bar went up.
No, it didn't. Still been sitting at 59% for a while. And we only had 6 science sitting in the chest.
And that knows what took it.
Alright, let's see here. Gravel and ash. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Interesting. Okay. There we go. Right. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Well, at least I'm starting to get backed up on moss up here again. Alright, let's see. Just give me all that again. Do go away. Oh, this one will be done soon. Grab that. Alrighty then. Alright, so... Oh, I'm falling in my chair again. God damn it. Oh, hiccup. Let's just do all of them. Okay, that'll be the stone input. Output's gravel. So we need gravel and pitch. Okay. Make an engine or pump, whatever. Do it like that on purpose. Go like that. And then I'm out of Iran. I need some more. We'll just do two. Two should be enough. Alright. Good. that.
Well, I managed to lay the pipes, connect the pipes, but it is definitely not looking that great. But it was the only way I could see how it would be done.
And voices? Oh. Hello, Mr. Knight.
Hello.
Uh,
The number
I
of
tried my
temporary
best to make it as
things.
much as possible, but it wasn't possible.
The number of temporary things.
Yeah.
It's fine. Don't worry. You act like we're making spaghetti and meatballs.
It's only temporary in what's considered temporary in Pyanodon.
All right. That's all flipped around.
Alright, let's go here. Get good.
Tracks. That's not where that goes. No, no rail. That's not how that works. This rail is misbehaving. I should just repaste the whole blueprint.
Alright, so minus the need for ash to be brought in, I have it set up so we can automatically start making asphalt when we get it.
Asphalt.
Is it so? Where are you doing that?
I'm just right
except
outside
it's
where my
not
pitch is.
set up for train.
Well, no, but it's right next to where the pitch is. As best I got, because I am nowhere near set up for train anywhere. This is like at the very end of the first block.
Well, that it's not set up for train means that it can't even be, because we'll have train long before we have an asphalt, right?
Depending on how we want to go about the research.
We need train. We need LTN.
We don't need LTN.
Yes, we do.
You just want
LTN is
LTN.
a requirement.
You just want LTN. We can do everything that we need with the regular train system for right now.
We need LTN.
It's not a priority right now.
We need wind
It is a
power.
priority.
It is not a priority. We can literally do everything that you want to do with the regular train system so that we can focus on the things that we need. And LTN is not one
Yes,
of the
like
things we
LTN.
need. No, I would prefer to
Okay,
get
so
construction robots before we got the LTN.
Okay. So we already have construction robots on us. We have 30 each that
I
we
would
don't need more
prefer-
of them until we're actually producing stuff for logistics.
I would
And we
prefer
don't
a
wanna have
faster.
wide area. We don't want a wide area. You want what?
I would prefer to have faster robots and more reliable production of basic resources before we go into
We
the
aren't-
LTN.
We are a long ways off from logistics robots. construction bots do not help with the moving stuff around.
I would still prefer to have better and more efficient recipes for us to use our resources. Because right now, we're literally wasting 80% of our resources. Even with the
need
current
LTN
crushers,
to
we don't
distribute.
need LTN. No, we don't need LTN right
Okay,
now.
so-
You can still
okay, so
distribute without the LTN.
Circuits alone have, let's see, what is this? 8 ingredients.
Yeah.
And you want to balance that with trains without having LTN to balance things.
Yes.
It's not going to be effective. LTN is
It's going to
priority
be-
after train.
It's going to be perfectly effective. It's not that hard to balance. Before LTN was ever a
need-
thing, we balanced it easily.
Have you looked at how much each train costs?
Yes.
And you want to be able to have enough trains to balance things without LTN to multiplex trains.
So, how we can do it, for example, what we can
You
do
want to
is...
manually run single deliveries?
No, we don't have to put delivery of every single thing or just one train carrying one set of resources. For example, say we need iron and we bring the iron in from down here. Instead of loading the iron into all 4 train cars, we load it into one, and then we look to see how much iron fills up one train car, and then we put that as the max so that it goes, gathers that iron, and we still have 3 more train cars to get the resources that we need. Which in that case, we can have it go all the way up to the whatever the hell you want to call this aluminum bullshit up here, fill up the second train car, and it does the same thing. We don't need LTN. We have everything we need to balance it via the different train cars. All we have to do is just not fully load one 4-car train with just one resource.
You want to make it a nightmare to manage trains by not going for the thing that makes it easier to manage the trains.
That's not a nightmare. That's so easy.
It is a nightmare to manage it that way.
It is so
I've
easy to
done
manage
trains
it
that
that way. It
I've
is
done
so
trains
easy.
that way. It's a
Why-
nightmare.
Why would it be a nightmare?
Okay, you need iron.
Not right now, no.
Research molecular degradation.
The hell is molecular what now?
Molecular decohesion.
Blood turns it what?
All right, using the meat and the guts and stuff to make stuff. Which actually we do have Falgay spore that we could use for that iron, but that's not the most effective way of making iron.
Definitely not, but
At least not
it is an
currently.
easy way.
But again, without trains to move stuff around, that just becomes a pain to deal with.
And again,
And
we can
without
move the
LTN
trains
to
easily.
multiplex the trains.
We literally can move everything and do everything we need to do without the LTN network. You load up one train. Alright, so what all do we need for the antimony?
Antimony is 3 ingredients. It's
Okay.
The ore, the coal coke, and the plastic. Which
Okay.
we're not currently making plastic because somebody, maybe me,
Broke
may
the
have
plastic.
accidentally ran into the machine.
I can't say anything. I did break the one machine that had all the antimony in it at the one point because I was going to try to make the one resource the new whatever. But anyway, so we have a 3-car train. It picks up one ingredient in each of the 3. And we, even if we need more and it's not fast enough, we can do 2 trains like that. And it literally just goes back and forth.
Or
It's
you know,
dedicated.
we research the thing that actually makes it work without multiplexing.
But
that
see,
way.
that's the thing. We're
That makes
still
it
going to
work
need a
easily.
million trains for that. We're gonna still need
But
10,
each-
15, 20 trains, and instead of just doing 10
We
trains
will.
to do basic
We
things,
will need that over time, but a
Not
single
over time.
train can
Else-
keep up. Okay,
El-
a single train can keep up with multiple things initially.
No,
If we
it
get,
will not.
say,
it will not. I
Uh,
can guarantee you it
four
will not.
trains, 4 trains will keep up with everything we're doing right now, easily.
No, it will not.
Easily.
I can guarantee you it will not, because even though trains are quicker, they still have to go around the loops.
4 trains will keep up with it easily.
No, it won't. I
promise you
would.
4 trains will keep up with it.
It won't. I can guarantee you it, because the trains, especially with the fuel sources that we have right now, we're not going to be able to keep up with it. Like, we will literally have no fuel to be able to have the trains moving efficiently enough with an LTN network to keep up with everything. If we start putting everything into the train network and we have the LTN, 4 trains guaranteed will not work. Even if we loaded all the trains up with coke, it would not work, guaranteed.
We have a train. So the depot that is at the on the right side, this will be where we fuel trains. It will keep up. We can load them with.
It won't
Actually,
keep up.
What I was thinking about loading them with is which
Yeah.
currently is all being made close to the science of the circuits, but
It still
it
won't
will
keep up.
work.
No. I can guarantee you it will not.
Okay, so you expect 4 individual trains manually processed, manually configured to keep up better than 4 LTN trains
Yes.
moving stuff around.
Because I'm not saying to get 4 individual trains to run everything. I'm saying get 4 individual trains to run the things that we are in the most need of. Example being raw resources, which are getting further and further away. We bring in the raw resources specifically just with 1 train. So if we need iron, we bring in the iron. If we need copper, we bring in the copper. I'm not saying start throwing everything into a logistics network, because we are nowhere near ready for a logistics network.
Oh, we definitely don't want
LTN is a logistic.
Anyway.
LTN is logistics. It is logistics. No,
Logistics.
it is logistics.
Okay, so the amount of research over just getting to where the rail is usable at all, which is bare minimum signals, the additional research to get there to have LTN unlocked is 730 research packs. That is well worth it.
No,
Hello,
it's
Jack.
not.
Welcome, Raiders.
It is
Welcome to the
nowhere.
debate where I'm right. King is trying to justify not doing LTN.
No, you are not right. You literally want to do a logistics network without having the ability to uphold the logistics network. We barely
We
are.
have the ability to do it.
No, we can barely keep up with what we got. We can't add a
Because
logistics
everything's
network
getting shuffled.
because we're
Because
not ready for a
everything's getting
logistics
tapped on.
network. Yeah, we can't do a logistics network. You just
tapped onto stuff. Off the side
because
of things and randomly running belts.
we're still in Neanderthal times. We're not ready for logistics in any regard, including a logistics train network. If we throw shit into a logistics train network, guess what? Everything shuts down. Everything will shut
even.
down. Yes, because then you're gonna
So,
have trains. You're gonna rely on 4 trains that do not go nearly fast enough for how spread out these train stations are to supply the latex, to supply all of the sciences where we need to supply the antimony. You're gonna have to supply your raw resources. You're gonna have to eventually find a way to smelt the resources. You don't have enough trains to be able to add an LTN network right now. If you just do a regular train, if you
trains in LTN will run us better than 4 trains with each individually customized specific routes.
If you do 4 trains
What you're
to
wanting
do
to
your,
is 4 individually customized routes that will be a nightmare to manage.
it won't be a nightmare
and
to
cause
manage.
us more problems in the long run.
So tell me how, if you put in the, all right, this train goes to the iron mine that's all the way to our south and picks up a load of iron and then delivers it to a chest, and that's all it does, and then we can take that chest and distribute it as needed. How that is going to be less efficient? How is that going to be less efficient?
What you're wanting to do, though, what you're wanting to do is continue belt spaghetti to distribute everything instead of distributing using the trains that are more capable of doing that in higher volume.
Yes, because we don't have higher volume yet. We're working with such a minimal... No, we don't. Dude, we haven't even run through 200,000 iron at the beginning. We are not at high volume.
Okay, so part of the reason why we are still not running at higher volume is because we are working on pushing through to get the trains available to distribute things.
Exactly.
We could easily build all the machines to ramp things up and just run things around on belts as is. We have the ability to make those machines and build out the stuff to do it.
You just verified my point. You do realize that, right?
So the stuff like the antimony build is set up for trains. It's not complete because there's no reason to fill all of the other machines in there to ramp it up unless all the materials are being delivered to it. We don't have the trains to deliver the materials yet, so it's hand deliveries whenever we need it, which is drive out, pick stuff up, and deliver it. No big deal. I could put all the machines in there to run it at full load. Yeah, it's just making the machines. It's not that big of a deal to make them.
But how are you going to have
machines without having more things delivered?
Okay, but how are your 4 LTN trains going to maintain titanium, tin, duralumin, antimony, iron, copper, and anything else that we're going to need? It has to, because that's what you want to do.
So here's the thing.
That's exactly what you're wanting to do.
No, here's the thing. The trains don't have... Listen, the trains don't have to maintain the load any more than we do manually already. They don't have to provide any higher throughput than what we're doing already.
And you can do that with the basic trains already. You can literally already do that.
But then you're also spending all the time hacking pieces together to do it with the regular trains.
You're not hacking anything together.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not.
It's harder to do stuff temporarily.
No, you're really not. All you're doing...
Temporary stop.
No, all you're doing is you're getting rid of wherever we're loading resources at. You just have it fill one train car. That's not hacking. You're literally just doing what you're saying, which is doing minimal deliveries to do the bare minimum, but you're doing it with one train car instead of filling up 4 train cars a quarter of the way full. You fill up 1 train car all the way full and you get the same result, but you don't have to go and do another 700 some odd research so that we can continue getting better stuff, so that whenever we do get to a logistics network, we actually have the ability to sustain all of the resources that we are going to need.
So the first step in bootstrapping trains is, number one, we have to get the train research ready and start making rails. We have a ton of rails that we're going to have to make over time. What enables that to happen is getting trains running on the tracks, and if we can have the trains doing multiple things, going multiple places as they are built out with LTN, then it's basically expanding as we go. We don't have to keep fine-tuning individual trains to do individual tasks.
It's not going to expand as it goes. As it stands,
that's the whole point of this block. That is the entire point of this block.
With that knowledge, you would need construction bots to expand as the train goes forward, which means we would have to take time out of us making things more efficient to build it with the train, which at that point...
the tracks.
Which at that
You build the
point,
tracks to build the stations.
you are going slower than if you just go with the regular train system.
Okay, we 100% do not want bots spreading out over the entire map.
Obviously.
Agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we will always have to build out the rail. We're always going to be building the rail and the station rail for every single stop, every time, regardless. Right?
For the most part. Until we get
Okay,
to the
so
construction and logistics robots.
Even with construction bots and that, we're still going to be using either personal robots or robots that are part of the station to build out that station. Because we don't want robots traveling across, like a single logistics stop would be defined, or a single logistics net would be defined by the borders of something like roughly those 4 points. That would be one single block.
So
no robots
what you
would travel outside of that range.
But now
That's the whole point of the way it's split
here's
up.
what you can do though. Here is what you can do. At one point when we get construction and logistics robots, yes, we're going to have each block have its own thing. To be able to reliably work on multiple blocks, especially in an efficient manner, what we'll be able to do is, say the edge of it is like right here, right? We put a box sitting right at the edge of it. Listen.
You don't want to transfer stuff between blocks that way.
No,
That's
we have
the
we
whole point of
have
the
one
trains
block.
to not do that.
No, we have one chest and one block making only bots. And then once we make a new block, that chest fills up with whatever amount of bots we're going to need. Say we have 50 worker robots per block. And so that chest, once we start the next block, gets the 50 robots added into it, and then it can automatically start building out that block for us while we're still working.
But,
So technically speaking,
so
we can still... We're not transferring
what part
because
of
we're
building
going...
out do we need, though?
So say we
You're talking about
have...
building the rail?
Between the rail and anything that we set up, say for like the antimony, we see that we're gonna need a lot more, or we're gonna need like 2 or 3 different types of things for this antimony or something like that, right? We can have the robots, we can paste down the blueprint that we grab for it, and the robots can sit there and slowly build that out as needed, so that while we're working on maybe trying to ensure that our Nexalite, whatever the hell you fucking say for this, is still working properly, the robots can start working on the next block that we're trying to do. And then that way, if at any point that block needs any kind of construction or logistics, say we have 100 logistics robots and 50 construction, even if those 50 construction robots sit idle, what eventually can happen is we can have those 100 logistics robots in their own little zone. And it's already prepared.
This type of a block setup. I've used this type of a block setup in 2 different games. One is K2SE and one is SC, where I'm using self-building blocks, where the block actually has a construction stop that requests from LTN all the materials it needs to build that block. Both of those methods work very well. Both of those methods have all of the roboports completely isolated from each other. There's no overlap in zones. They don't touch, well, apart from one core segment, but that's a special case anyway. The robots do not travel outside of the rail block, with the exception of the 3 blocks in the very, very core of it that it uses as its core station for the self-build setup. You still have to, if you're not using the self-building blueprints that are all completely predefined, you would still have to basically place your station stop, like what you see in the Central Depot, or the Nexalit, or the 2 station blocks that are north of our area. Then you go place the requester and provider stops and build out all of the machines that run the process for that environment. We don't have predefined blueprints to do a Nexalit process that we can just copy and paste and set down and let robots build it completely autonomously. We don't have that. So that process has to be defined. You're standing there, you're basically using your personal roboport to build the station rail, and everything else that happens from that. Now, we can later build trains that have all of the logistics roboports built into them, and we can send them to areas and let onboard robots do rail construction types of things. But that's going to be quite a bit later. Until then, when we drive out, we let our personal roboports build the rail. We don't need construction robots to do that.
Getting back to what I was
already have
saying, you're building on top of the rails like that. 98% of the stuff, especially in this pack, we're not going to be able to do that with. So if we make,
we don't have, we
if
have to
we
build the
do,
processes, yes, but we can
so
we can place the station blueprints that has
a process like
intake lanes.
a process like this, which we already have relatively set up, I could take this blueprint and paste that over into somewhere else. Say we're gonna do it again over, I don't know, right here. I can still bring that in.
That whole process needs to be reorganized to work with a rail system, bring in all of the inputs and outputs.
It is a 90% self-contained process. We don't need any inputs or outputs before it.
So, what is it? This whole thing is to make the Science Pack 1, right?
I'm talking just about wood, moss, and tree production.
Okay, so those need to, if we need moss elsewhere, then it needs to be going into that output needs to go into a train, right?
No.
Or you're also talking about a handful, relatively speaking, of machines in order to do that, which that's what your onboarded robots are for. That's what the personal robots are for.
But again, if I take
copy and paste that with the stuff you have on board.
If I take this and copy and paste it and do how I am planning to set up, guess what I don't have to do? I don't have to do anything.
Where are you getting the machines, though?
Once we focus more on getting more efficient technologies, the machines will end up coming from that. Right now, we have the least efficient possible technologies. If we...
For a lot of the processes, yes.
For every process.
Because we don't have the tech. We don't have
and
the tech to make
you want to spend another 30 hours getting a logistics train network that
spaghetti across the entire map.
Yes, if we need to, because
trains, I'll deal with the trains.
The time that it's going to take us to get to the LTN trains, we could dedicate that to making other processes more efficient and faster, and then worry about LTN whenever we have to worry about it. Because I don't know how to tell you this, as much of an eyesore as it is, guess what? This is working.
We can make this work better. Because, like I said, I can sit here, I can spend a few hours and make all the machines to make all of these processes output higher volume. I can do that. I have not been bothering to do that because I'm working towards getting train-related things ready to go. And PSL, how to initiate a nerd fight. I have been setting all of this stuff up with LTN in mind. With LTN in short term in mind.
But we can still use what you have set up without spending the extra 30 some odd hours that it is taking us for about 1,000. For 1,000 science, it took us 30 hours. Assuming that we're more efficient now. Anytime I'm on,
pushing, like, hardcore on it.
every time I'm on, I'm pushing hardcore science. So at least 12 to 13 of those hours have been hardcore pushes to get the trains done. You want to take at least 15 extra hours with current setup to get an LTN network that isn't going to make us any more efficient than what we are right now. It is a waste of time and resources.
Okay, no, so here's the thing. It's going to take that long just to build enough rail to be able to do anything useful anyway.
No, because we've already started prepping for the rails. We already have a ton of stuff prepped to do the rails.
Okay, so I have started putting together processing to get there. A little bit. It's the treated wood alone is a royal pain in the butt. We've got a ton of stuff that is required to do it. It's not going to be like a straightforward process.
I got quite a bit of treated wood just sitting there. I have 1.2k treated wood, which would give us roughly about 600 or 600? Yeah, 600 rails just off of that. The only other expensive thing,
one full dog bone.
The only other expensive thing is the solder. And I'm not saying to fully build out every part of the block. I'm saying build out the bare minimum of the block that we need right now so that we can focus more on getting the resources everywhere so that we can do that more efficiently. Because an LTN network isn't going to make it more efficient even if we set it up. Because it's going to be more expensive to set up the LTN network, not including the time that we have to put into it. And it's still going to end up in the same result. So why put the time into it instead of putting the time into the things that we need to do to make sure that everything stays more efficient?
So, and yes, the plan originally from the beginning was LTN and run everything on train. That's
your plan. Your plan from the beginning
was
the
train grid from the very beginning.
Exactly. I never said let's go straight for the logistics train network. I said we need trains, period. I didn't say we needed logistic trains. We just need trains because the trains will allow us to ship in resources. I never had the idea or the plan or the hope that we were going to take these trains and make them start driving all over the map and try to make that as efficient as possible, because that's just time wasted that we could be using to making other things more efficient. I said we need trains, period.
Yes,
you said
do trains the same way you've done belts. What I'm hearing.
No, I want to do trains so that we can stop the 5 mile long belt from where the fuck is the ping? From here all the way up to here. So that we can stop this belt from having to come all the way up to here. I'm not trying to make it so that I take circuits from here and deliver them right fucking here. That's a waste of time and money. We're right there. We can make that.
We don't need to deliver that necessarily immediately. However,
same thing with this.
All the materials coming in.
Yeah, but we got Duralumin right there. Why would we need to belt or have a train that just literally goes over, sits right here, waiting for the Duralumin to fully load up, and then maybe coming down and going right there when we already have a network that's backed up doing that same exact thing, and it's not that expensive. It took us a whole 5 minutes to do that versus the 20 minutes it would take to actually build out this whole section to do the exact same thing.
I don't even know where you're going off with that part because you sort of went off the rails.
I did not, because we would have to set up a full system for the door lumen up here, which is being produced.
I mean,
and that's
it's already
also
being
copper.
produced, but
And it's also copper, which we would need the copper. But it's so close to the main base that it's already there. We're not spending 30 minutes.
Not actually going anywhere, but
it can
easily in a box right now, which is fine.
It can be
what we need right
put
now.
on. It can be put on to the copper belt, which again is only about 400 belts. And even if we had to sit there and wait for it, the half a belt for the Duralumin is still going to be at least a quarter to halfway full on that side, versus when we're belting in from down
How many
here.
belts?
Iron.
How many belts did you say from the copper?
Probably around 500 to 600.
It's 600 just across that block alone. That's not even counting into the, and that's not even the entire block. That's just trying to avoid the quartz as well.
And they belt at 15 a second. 15 items a second. A train.
How big these blocks are.
A train sitting there waiting for the resources is going to have idle resources.
That is exactly why we need LTN. That is exactly why we need LTN.
How is us waiting for the resources the LTN need?
Okay, so here's the thing. With LTN, the train doesn't just sit in the station waiting for things to be made. The trains are always doing deliveries. The only time that they're sitting would be in the depot when there are no deliveries that they need to make. That's the only time they're sitting.
So
anytime else, they're actively loading. They're either driving to the pickup or delivery stop. They're loading or unloading. They're not just sitting around in the station running, doing nothing. Waiting for things to be made to be loaded.
For the LTN network, this needs, we'll say, 5,000 Duralumin, and then it requests it, train goes out, picks it up, and delivers it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a second station that needs 20,000 iron. The train goes, picks up 1,000 Duralumin, but it has another more high priority. Oh, I need this amount of iron right now. So the train goes over to the iron. Duralumin still hasn't been delivered because it had to go over pick up the iron instead. And so you're sitting there waiting for your Duralumin.
That's the thing. That's the thing. The train does not just go randomly pick another delivery. If it's waiting for Duralumin to be produced, the Duralumin is not in the provider station ready to go, and a request comes in that it can fulfill for the iron, let's say, it will go do the iron delivery. Duralumin finally gets produced enough to where there's enough for the request to be processed. Then, after that train finishes the iron, it goes and picks up the Duralumin. Those are individual deliveries.
So then...
It doesn't have to sit there, it's not sitting there waiting for it, it's doing things.
Then, on that regard, say...
Even a single train will do more in LTN than a single train can do with statically fixed delivery routing. Because what you're suggesting is we have a train set up to go pick up iron, then go pick up copper, then go deliver those, and it's going to be sitting there waiting for full load or waiting for those to be loaded at each spot before it does the next thing, and it's just going to be sitting around waiting to be loaded.
No. I'm saying if we need to make it complicated on the basic network, we can. I'm saying, and this is what I've been saying from the beginning, we have a train. It goes, picks up iron, and then it brings that iron all the way over and delivers it, and then it goes back. Because that one train...
And then that train just sits there doing absolutely nothing.
No, it's going back and forth. It's going back and forth because we made our iron more efficient with the research that you want to take away from with your LTN that's going to take us an extra 15 to 20 hours. We can make more efficient resource production so that we can actually have these trains running at a regular basis. We don't have to take away from the LTN setup that we have going, but it's going to be smarter in the long run to have these resources regularly moving versus just, oh, hey, this train is going to run 50,000 copper, but it's running the copper because it's not saying that there's enough iron. So instead of going to grab the iron, it's just going to keep running copper. Then we're over full with copper, and then the iron finally gets delivered, and we're already trying to hand deliver the iron anyway. Meanwhile, if we have just dedicated trains for right now,
will deliver the iron just fine. A single train on LTN will deliver the iron, copper, and everything else we needed to deliver just fine.
Everything you've told me has told me that it won't, because it will
handle it just fine.
Okay, so you're telling me that it's gonna go to a requester station that only has maybe 1,000 iron in it, instead of going to the requester station. Instead of going to the requester station that has 30,000 copper, and we need iron right now, and we can set up so that it always brings in iron with the regular trains. The logistics train is going to be going to the one where the station is saying, hey, we have enough, instead of the dedicated train making sure
you set the priorities and levels so that you don't have that issue. It's not hard to do. It's really not.
Once again, you're getting into priorities, which I've already said isn't going to work, because if you're setting that the iron is more important than the copper, then it's going to be prioritizing going to the iron. It's going to be prioritizing the iron over the copper, in which case we will still have struggles.
Those priorities happen when the delivery gets scheduled, not mid-delivery. So it will finish whatever delivery it's running and then do the next delivery.
Okay,
individual deliveries.
So you're going back to the beginning of the deliveries, where if you end up putting in, hey, this one has 20,000 copper and we need 30,000 over here, and then we have 100,000 iron and we need 10,000 over here, it's going to prioritize the iron because it's already got everything that it needs and it's ready, because the priority says, hey, this is ready, let's deliver it, and you don't get the copper because it's not going in.
I think you're still missing a lot about how LTN works.
Or you're
in this discussion.
You're trying to make LTN sound like it works better than it does. The stuff that the LTN does.
I know how LTN works very, very well. I've been using it on 2 different playthroughs already in a very, very high capacity already. I know what it can do both low level and high level in the capacities. It will do better than you can do by hand. Not delivery routes.
Not if we don't have efficient resources to be able to have any kind of delivery route in general. We don't have production to be able to do this.
In LTN is going to do more for us than a single train handcrafted routes.
No.
It will do way more.
No. It won't.
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
It won't. I don't know how to break this to you, but it won't.
100% it will make it do way more than a single train with handcrafted routes can do.
No, it won't.
It will. I don't know. It absolutely will.
Everything that you have told me so far has told me that it runs off of a prioritization system that it does whenever the train is done with its deliveries, in which case, if we don't have the proper prioritization for these deliveries, we're not going to be able to run it properly, and in which case, it's going to not deliver us the proper resources that we need at certain areas.
It will do just fine.
Not from what you've told me.
It will do better than It will do better than manually setting up routes that have 0 priority capacity, or that you have to run individual routes for every single train, every single route that you want to run.
I'm not trying to run a million routes though. You're trying to run a million routes. I'm trying to run the basics so that we can actually get resources to be able to do the stuff that we want to do, instead of sitting there and trying to build out more logistics trains and trying to do this and trying to do that. All I want to do is get our resources so that we can actually build these factories, so we don't have the spaghetti inside the factories, and then evolve them over time whenever we got more efficient methods to create these things.
Okay, why did the box of cages get removed?
Because you don't need that cage. It's
Yes,
it's
you do.
holding.
Yes, you do.
It's holding those cages, and those cages are becoming idle. And then it's saying that
Then
it
they get
doesn't have
moved
enough.
Back into the,
There's nothing
you put
moving
them
back them
into
in.
the paddocks.
Yeah, but if you
Okay,
just
so
leave
here-
them where they are, it just cycles them through.
It won't. It won't make it- So if you leave all of the cages,
I've done
in
it
the
4 times
reproductive
now.
complex, if you leave them all in the reproductive complex, it will not move them into the other spots, or they'll get locked up because it won't have the cocoons, because it won't do the cocoon the process because it's in the cages.
I've reset it like 3 or 4 times now, and it's been fine.
No, that removing the
That,
putting that chest for the cages is indeed working on stopping it to get plugged.
Then you need to put something to that it puts the cages back into it, because what we're running into is there's not enough cages in all of these, and so it gets stuck at, it needs like 3, it's at 3 cages or 2
Yes.
cages or something like that. If you're gonna
yes,
have
I
a
know.
holder chest, you need to
I
put
have
something
thought-
back in.
Okay, so there's two possible ways of fixing this. Either we make a boatload of, leave it. Okay, so you can either remove all of the cages except for about 4 each, or you can leave this box here, where I put it, pulling cages out. There is no in between.
But again,
Because if
you
leave
eventually
the-
get
if
to
you
a
leave all
point.
the cages in here.
You'll have 50 cages in the box and less than the amount
At
that
which
you
point
need in
you can-
each of them.
At which point you just take them and you just drop them back in the paddocks. Most of them will get cycled back on the side cage boxes that are next to each of them. What I had planned on doing in the long run, and we can do this sooner if you want to make a ton of cages, is to have them actually loop just like the cage frogs do when they're being pulled out, but just loop the cages back across to fill in the paddocks. But that takes a lot of cages to do that.
Why would it take a lot of
And
cages?
yes, okay. Okay, because it will take a lot because we don't have wire. We don't have wire to maintain a specific amount in each box. So if you run a bolt, we're going to end up with 2 things happening. One, the only spot that will actually do the process will be this one. That's going to be the only one that actually does the process because all of the cages will end up down there. Or now, the only one that will continuously run is going to be that top one. And yes, it's co-op is fine, and this is more just a specific disagreement that we will need. What are you? I don't want to know.
You just run it down like that, or you put it on the outside and just input it into
Okay.
these chests that you have in the paddocks anyway.
And you plan on keeping them the balanced how?
You put them into here,
And
Then
you plan on
you-
keeping these balanced how? because they're all going to end up in one of them. It's not going to split them apart. It's not going to balance them.
If you do
That's why I just
splitters,
had the test here for them.
if you do splitters instead of the grabbers, it'll split 1 to 1. So if it sends one to the left side, then the next time one comes around, it'll go to the right side. That's how the splitters work.
You can rebalance them that way. But here's where it comes. Here's where it comes into play. When there's more in there, then go in these boxes, which we can limit these to say 1 slot each, and that way, you know, they don't overload. But when those boxes are full, they're all going to end up down here. This will get all the remaining ones.
Then you just do that. You limit it the same way. And then if that's backed up, guess what?
Backed up,
Then you just do the same thing over, but at least it's running it more smoothly, and you're not resetting it every 5 minutes. Every time I've come down here, the cages are here. I have like 30 or 40 cages just sitting in here. Versus, and all of these are just sitting here doing nothing.
At least one, or the reproductive does 0 to 1 cages each time.
The king, when you remove that, there were four cages stuck in the reproducer.
When I
Because
came
they
over here, there were. So what we'd end up with is the reproductive process is going to overdo cocoons until we basically have the chest entirely filled with cocoons.
Yeah, but that will take a lot longer than basically just moving the cage.
The problem is while it's doing that, we're not stockpiling any cage vrac to turn into latex.
No, because we would keep
the reproductive process is always going to be taking them.
No, keep the
reason why
the iron chest up on the top, and just in the middle is only cages. Still have the cocoons go in through their own conveyor. Like we'll just do like, okay, hold on. We'll pull this out so that it's going in right there, and then
the only thing you do is swap the thing that is a process problem. And I would rather have the cages be a little bit of a process problem than the cocoons. Like,
no,
honestly,
what?
If we wanted the belt to go around the outside, and it effectively prioritizes the bottom paddock.
No, so I think what Renzo is saying is, we still have like how we're taking stuff out of the whatever the hell this thing is, the reproductive complex. So like the organs, the barrels, all of that still comes out the same way, but instead of having a singular chest up on top of it, we shift it over and just have it so only cages go into the middle chest, and then everything else still has its own movement.
But the movement of the cocoons is in the center. That's like my point.
The movement
The only thing that's
of
going
the
to the
cocoon.
center right now is the cocoons.
Yeah, that
Cocoons
wouldn't.
to the paddocks is going from the center. That's the only thing in the center.
We wouldn't have to change that.
If you're going to move it and put a chest in the middle, then the cocoons would have to change.
No, you could.
Yes, they would.
Yeah, if eventually the cook
They would.
will fill up the chest.
No, I'm saying don't even put the cocoons in the chest. I'm saying put
How
the
do you-
cocoons.
Okay, so how do you keep them out of? How do you put the cocoons in the paddocks from the reproductive complex if you move the reproductive complex 2 tiles left?
All you have to do. So we only really need the cocoons in there. You have. Whoa, Jesus Christ! What the hell did I just do right there? You have one inserter, so that it's only wherever the hell it is, cocoons, right? And that's gonna do the same thing, because then if you have another one that's just a cage, the cages will go into the cage box only, and then the cocoons can go out onto a conveyor that's only just a little long, and then those cocoons get put into the paddocks just the same way. They don't have to hit a chest at all. They literally just go over and go directly into the paddocks.
And how are you going to fit this belt in the same space that this long box, this wide box that we're suggesting the cages be put into?
Like that.
And the box that is then disconnected?
We don't need to have it be gigantic. Even doing something like...
The whole point of what was suggested is a box that covers all 3 paddocks that the cages can go into to transfer between.
Okay, then we just... God damn it.
That's why that was the whole suggestion. It was a long box that the cages would go into, reachable by all 3 paddocks.
And how about 3 single chests in the middle to basically have a buffer, only for the cages?
Oh, you have this set up.
I mean, if you want the whole thing to rearrange and demonstrate with, we can just do this. Okay. I'm gonna do over here, just... There you go. There's a exact copy of what's there currently, just to your right.
It's alright, give me 1 second. I'm building it like this on purpose because I'm gonna be moving that stuff around. Does the reproductive thing need the cages? No.
Yeah, well, it outputs cages as part of its output.
Yeah, but it doesn't need... Whoopsie. Doesn't need them as part of the input. That's what I was meaning.
Correct. It does not. It's not a consumable.
Obviously, we can make it so it's more organized, but something like that. It does the same thing, but it also does what Renzo says, because then we can do this. We would have to shift everything up because I didn't center it properly, but something like that.
Well, yeah, I get that. I'm just so the big thing that would need to be reshuffled doing this, and I'm not opposed to doing this, by the way. This is more just making sure I have all the pieces in my head that need to be reshuffled too. Is the water barreling? Because right now, what I'm doing for water barreling is the top 2 paddocks share a water barreler, and the reproductive center and bottom paddock share a water barreler. So that would need to be adjusted how the bottom one is done in particular.
No, I think it would still be fine, because we can still...
It would have to change for where this belt is here, where this is. That's where the barreler would have to be to service the bottom paddock and complex.
Yeah, but we can also move this, like, back here,
yes,
and just make it a little
just
bit longer belt. So, I mean, the water barrels we can still
that
set
part
up.
would have to be shuffled.
Yeah.
That just has to be shuffled to fit.
Yeah, we can change where that is, but this should, like, something along these lines should do is exactly what Renzo was talking about, and we don't have to touch it as much. Oh, balls.
Yeah, I have my roboport turned off, by the way.
Yeah, I just turned mine off because it was starting to go. Yeah, that'll work right there.
Oops. Yeah, so that would be out of the way.
And then, like, right here, like that. And then throw your water barrel thing there.
Hang on. The problem with the water barrel, or with a lot of these, is it's hard to tell exactly where their edges are. That's there for the water barrel.
Okay, then we can just have it come out right here. Hit the splitter, wherever my splitter went. And then...
but that's... part of the process has to be... Hold on. This would have to be...
Where the hell did my splitter go? Oh, it's over there.
Yes. I guess I just use the long chest as a cache for the barrels for this part.
I mean, you could... You need it what? Like, right...
Okay.
Yeah, because we're not going to have a ton of
can...
barrels, right?
Well, then the barreling for... The other barreling can be removed, and it can just... That long chest can basically just act as a...
Barrel and cage.
Yeah, we just need to take it a little bit longer.
I want to make sure how long we can make the chest. Is that still in the length?
Fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's I think I've got it set to 100 max. I think it's 100 by 1 or 1 by 100, depending like horizontal or vertical.
Are you sure?
I mean, they're mainly intended for the train stops, but this is the abuse them mode. Okay, so.
Little bit over 40 by how the chest down here went. So I went to go extend it so it was a full stop, and it broke it into 2 chests. So we should
Oh,
still be
42.
good here. Yeah.
Maximum
Wait.
chest width or height is 42. I thought I had it longer, but apparently not.
Yeah.
thought I'd
I mean,
set 100.
we're still safe here. I was just making sure.
Okay, so we need 2 tiles. Okay, this has to change.
Oh, are you already working on that up there?
Yes. Oh, I guess helps when I turn my robots back on. Like, why aren't you doing things, robots?
And we won't even have to remove the no chest.
Yeah, that's just the reserve to rekickstart the process.
I'm gonna get rid of this and... Oh, yeah, you already did. Never mind. Shit. My bad!
Good for what?
Yeah, you got rid of the inserter I was gonna get rid of so it didn't keep restarting on us. And I didn't
Yeah, that's why I
realize
was-
you got rid of that one.
That's why I was dumping that. I'm just waiting for that process to finish before.
Yeah.
Oh, right. What
Yeah,
I didn't
you're
take
good.
away is the inserters at the bottom.
I mean, it's not gonna start the process, so it's no big deal. Alright, moving this bad boy. What is... So, should be what, right here? Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I apparently don't have any boxes in my pocket right now.
Oh god, it's building mine down here. Well, you're building mine down here because I didn't turn my RoboPort back on yet.
Wonder I didn't have any boxes in my pocket.
I don't even have iron to make the boxes.
There's iron in the circuit stop.
Yeah, a lot of iron.
Go like that.
Now the other thing that we get to do as part of this is shuffle this stuff around. I don't need this stuff. I'm gonna take away that part of the belt. That is just barely long enough.
Oh,
this
I can redo it. You need me to redo that
Blacklist.
chest?
I think this is fine. That's a blacklist on a cage route from there, by the way. We definitely don't need 4 inserters loading the... Oh, actually, this does need to be longer,
Okay.
because it needs to reach the bottler. Which I think if I just put the... I had to place as we stepped into that spot. I think if I put that there, I'll just juggle it back and forth in the big chest.
Would having
That
both
has its
of the
water.
water barrels down there, or would one water barreler be enough for all of this, or would we need both?
One handle's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Like the demand is so low that it doesn't matter. This one. Not you, Ox. There's that part. Blacklisting of routes. This is going to put anything in here it can. So cages and empty barrels will come in here, and let's take care of that. Wow.
Now where'd my... Oh, you stole my splitter. God damn it. The only problem I'm seeing is this middle paddock giving it organs. I can just bring it all the way around though.
I mean, I hate to burn that much, but it's not a horrible thing, I suppose.
Yeah,
See,
I'm just
this
trying to
is
think of
where
how
if
we could do it.
wires, if we had the green wires, it'd be really easy because we could just set it so that it would just look at the iron chest and say, oh, if there's more than X, then don't put any more in.
Yeah. Alright,
before that reconnects, I was gonna just use a chutes for outputting onto this belt. I just need to pick up everything off the belt before then so it doesn't become asymmetric.
it's gonna be like that unless you want to redo the moss and native flora belt entirely. I can just bank off of this one. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. What happened?
That will end there, and then...
Oh, I see. What?
Yeah, we won't... You can completely redo this one right here. Which, if you want it the same way that it was, we can just have it go... Not like that.
Well, so we needed to get to the second thing. I see why that... I see how it ended up the way it ended up. I did not realize what was going on.
There.
Yeah,
As
but
for-
you needed to get the cocoons to the second paddock, the central paddock, not the bottom one.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
That's why this was the way it was. That I didn't realize what was going on at the time. Hang on.
I think
Leave
we
that where it
both
is.
just confused ourselves. I mean, technically speaking, if we really wanted to, I might be able to pull it along the middle part right here. Like right here. I could do it like that and just pull it out one
No,
where we need it.
It's fine. It's fine here. I
Okay.
just wanted to change so it's not crossing multiple times, because that's where it gets confusing, is when you have multiple crossings. There, at least it's only crossing each other once.
Actually, wouldn't it be less crossing if we did it? Oopsie.
This. Why do you not? Oh, because this.
All on the barn trioxide is being made.
Yeah, that's.
Oh no. Okay,
Snap
I
that
see.
Back in.
I see.
Is that good? Are those all sorted out now?
We'll be here in 1 second. Yeah,
I'm
we
glad
should
I
be good.
stopped the, I'm glad I stopped the moss and stuff when I did.
Yeah, we would have had it all over the place.
All right. We definitely don't need that many things pulling cages out. It only produces one every cycle. We just need sap going back in. I guess the sap can just go in here. It's there, might as well just make use of it. Oh, and there we go.
Good thought on this one, Renzo.
It just took a lot more shuffling to get it sorted out. Okay, so now all these will also share cages.
They'll share cages,
let's-
water barrels, and should get their cocoons properly.
Eventually.
The only thing I'm thinking,
we will end up with. We are going to end up with more cocoons sitting, but that's not a horrible thing.
I'm
And
thinking,
it does put some priority to the center one.
I might put another inserter on the bottom one, because that one is doing 2 versus the 1-to-1 up top.
Yeah, but the top one should back up relatively quickly.
Okay.
Because the process times on these are, you're looking at 160 times 2. So 320-second process for each of the paddocks right now versus a 25-second process for the cocoon making.
Okay. Yeah, just as long as it doesn't like mess up the balance of it.
I'm not as worried about that one as I am just there's going to be a lot of cocoons that are just sitting there for the center one over time.
Which isn't the worst thing in the world. Having too many cocoons is better than having not enough cocoons. We're also out of native flora, apparently.
Help these along a little bit here.
Lubricant is gonna be an interesting recipe.
Which one?
Lubricant.
I haven't even looked at lubricant.
You from the lubricant research, you get the recipe for lubricant, 250, but it requires 300 olefins and 100
Olefins and
oleochemicals.
oleochemicals. Which are part of the coal processing, or at least part of it is.
Lord.
Are these? No. Yes. Okay. How's our power production, by the way? I haven't looked at that. Are we still
got
good
plenty
on
of
that?
power right now. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we're touching the 60 megawatt range now on usage, but we got 260 megawatts, or 238 megawatts sustained available.
yeah, the electrolysis use the most power currently. Mainly because of what I did up here.
Making boric acid to make the powder. I didn't know that the borax was mined with the crystal miner. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
you're making.
alright, it needs
I see. You're making.
Zinc gas, so let's take the fluid miner Mark II. Nope. Didn't work.
I see. You're pulling some gas from miles away. I can't say too much on that because I am taking syngas for the nickel from the other side of the block.
And it's technically not that far away. I've had much larger pipelines.
So, are we going to be able to transport gas with trains as well?
Yes, with the fluid trains.
Okay. I didn't know if it's worked the same.
That's. I mean, right now the biggest constraint there is just making the pumps because they require the motors. Which we actually have a better recipe for making motors now too with the rubber.
I hesitate to use rubber on
engine
anything.
units.
Yeah, it's not smart to use rubber right now.
Yeah, until
But
we get it
making
more
3
sustained.
engines, making 3 engines for the cost of, I think 6 rubber total is kind of nice, or 8 rubber.
Yeah, and until we get the whatever it is, the ruck processing up. What is that, Mark II?
So I know you're gonna hate it, but a lot of that becomes a lot easier to do with the LTN trains because we can distribute things much easier.
We can still do it with the regular trains.
And spend twice as long
There's
doing
an
it.
idea. Why not split the area and one of you do the regular trains, one of you do the LTS trains, and we'll see which one is better.
Because my argument is we could spend the science and the time researching other things to make more efficient things instead of putting in the hundreds of science for the LTN network.
I think it's well worth the extra 730. Actually, let's see, 700 science that it would take to do the LTN on top of the trains.
Almost the same amount of science that took us 30 hours to do originally, and you would be adding on another quarter of the science that we only needed today, and we haven't even scratched the surface of it.
Yeah,
Because
but we've also greatly increased our capacity to do the make Vrauk and everything else too.
we're
And
still gonna be
the
at
other
the
thing-
same spot though.
The other thing, but getting LTN online means that making stuff like the Vrauk food is a whole lot easier to do because we can basically set up the stop to do it. And the stop is something that can be upgraded over time to do the later processes as they are unlocked.
But we can also just do the regular stuff and bring it in where we need and have our basic resources be the main focus instead of trying to do everything all at once. Building up to an LTN network would be good, but right now we just need the basics of
that's-
most basics.
Give me the. If we start building the rail, as soon as we get it unlocked and start building locos, we can start by building those as we're unlocking the extra research. But I don't think it will take us that long to get the extra bit of process that we need.
So today alone, we've only done about 300 research. If that.
Yeah,
And it's
we've
been
also spent a bunch of time looking at Vrauk and other
I've-
stuff too.
I've been running around trying to keep it regularly going. The problem is in 3 hours we've done 300, so that would be an extra 7 hours at minimum if we can do 100 an hour, which we're not doing 100 an hour right now.
I mean, we could be. What is missing now? Butylene needs titanium.
I got some titanium. Where you at?
I've got it. Might go run up and restock. Last 50 in here. And then we also have the crystal or the quartz and stuff. And the stone.
Speaking of quartz, I reconnected the quartz that is coming in inside the chest. So we definitely needed it too.
Yeah, just be careful because it fills up super quick. Oh yeah, it was almost empty.
It was completely empty. That's why
Yeah.
the circuits haven't been going. We are missing the glass.
Yeah,
Fine.
I stopped it because it was like half of that entire chest was filled with quartz. I'm like, that's probably too much. I imagine that little setup that you have going down there, Knight, will probably redo. I have the bottom right hand area for the science already of the first block. So
I mean, all of the stuff that's being made here is gonna need to go elsewhere eventually.
yeah, so
This is all
I'm
just
kind
here
of
because it's convenient to grab the fluids off of the fluid overflows from the circuit making, which eventually those fluid overflows, at least for 3 of them anyway, actually 3, 4, 5 probably. Well, 3 of them for sure can go on that last track that doesn't have any stations built on it yet. Like if you look at the Nexalit, the input for the Nexalit is just the tar, and then all of the extra output fluids are set up as stops that will be available for elsewhere. Although the coal gas and syngas are not actually technically products of the whole process. They're just They just happen to be getting made because I'm using up coal from it.
Call me crazy, but I think once we get trains going, I'm probably gonna revamp up here again. Because I'm gonna need to move a lot of this stuff anyway, because it was in the way of the train tracks.
Well, so the way that I would go about that is, instead of just rebuilding all of this right away, build it with the train system in mind up here. And then once it's all shifted over, this block becomes available to be rebuilt for something else.
Well, so all of these like tailing ponds right here, I only put there because I didn't know what else to do with them. If I build it with the train system in mind, I can.
Those can be train out or train loading stations.
Yeah, I can just throw those into a big storage area, if anything.
Well, they can just be loading stops like the Nexulet station, where they have the high tanks that will be set up with the pumps to load trains with.
Yeah, because like half of this stuff I built around still trying to get the copper and iron out of here as well. So if we're gonna be pulling in from different areas, I'll be able to do it a lot nicer and neater. Because so I think once we get trains going, this should be our main focus for the block.
Yeah, that is the intent, is to start building up the full ore processing. And I thought about starting to put that together now. I'm not sure how many different processes can be, like, can it be plausibly support multiple metals, or should the entire block be reserved for, like, say, massively scaling up iron?
So
Well,
what I'm thinking. Go ahead, Renzo.
Yeah, okay. Of what I've seen in the technology tree later on, is just for one metal, it's gonna take a lot of processes. So I think you can do maybe 2, max 3 different metals.
So maybe the way that this goes is something like iron in, or let's say raw iron in. And I'll read you these tags later, but
Yeah, I would say, why don't we do like iron and copper, which is our big ones right now in that block, and just make sure that we have enough space to expand on it if we need to. And then like maybe the block right below it, we can do, since it doesn't have as much going on, we can do like maybe the lead, since it's already there, in the zinc. But like I think focusing mostly on just the iron and copper right now, because of how far out they're starting to get, is going to be the best idea.
but maybe that's the way to go. And then it would be I haven't looked through the entire iron chain to see what all inputs it needs in the long run.
So I'm thinking at the like mining zones, have it set up like how it is down here, so that it automatically goes into the crusher, and then bring in that processed iron.
Yeah, I mean, I think taking crushed iron in makes sense, and that can definitely be scaled up a lot more. But and then the other part with the way that the stations work is they can supply more than one thing, so a single stop can handle multiple items if it's set up right. It'll be better once we actually get the stack filter inserters, but that's a long ways off.
Yeah, I'm not expecting stack filter inserters anytime soon.
the big issue we're going to have is just the loading time for trains. It's going to be longer than ideal.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Lazy Bones.
Oh, we're touching 70 megawatts used. Man, that...
Big stretches. Hi.
That's that process up here for the borax needs a thing added to it. Radar.
Yeah.
Right, 66. 76 more.
How big do we think for the stations? Do we want to do the triple station 8-car loop?
So, as far as the length of the stations, it just depends on what not the length, the number of stops just depends on what the ingredients are and what the side outputs might be for it. I've been using the triple track 8 cars. I think we want to keep the 8-car stations or 8-car track lengths regardless. For the flexibility.
For the smelter, I'm thinking maybe at most 2. Or do you think we'll need more than 2?
It still wouldn't hurt to just build it as the 6-car or 6-siding 3-station tracks. And thanks for the raid, Just Be Gaming. Welcome,
right.
raiders. But yeah, I think that the triple stops is probably for the best, just because then we don't have to worry about it. Because that should be more than enough for any of them, in theory.
Alright, well, I got the blueprint for the stations down.
Okay. That process is all looking fine.
You just woke up and want some lovin's, don't you, little butt? Hi. Yeah. You're such a good girl, aren't you?
That's right. There's a bunch of cages that are up at the rendering plant. Probably wouldn't hurt to make more cages too. Raid or something. We raid! Welcome, raiders. What were you playing, Just Be Gaming? Welcome to the Pyanodon Nightmare? Something?
Pyanodon Masochism Day, something along those lines.
Yeah, pretty much. Been playing far too much of this game lately. Spaghetti gaming in Factorio. Well, I am surprised I managed to dodge those those pipes. We're playing the Pyanodon's pack with all the stuff. What am I missing? I'm missing that. I can make one of these.
You're so needy.
Oh,
You want
put it
so
right
much
there. Never
attention,
mind.
huh? You just want so much attention, huh?
I'm up here to play. Well, personally, I came up here for the Vrouk stuff because I love cages up here. This place is a lot harder to drive through now.
You're just
So you're playing
needy.
just vanilla Factorio or mods?
Hey,
What is your poison of
That's-
choice?
you got stinky breath. You got stinky breath. Do you need a kitty tic tac?
But you absolutely hate spaghetti belting, right, Knight?
Oh, it's kind of nightmare. Just finished tutorial. Nice. So new to Factorio. Welcome to
Don't worry, vanilla's easier than this.
welcome to what Factorio can be in your future.
Only if the price is right. Cue game show
just make
music.
sure these aren't the first mods you ever use.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
this probably is not the ideal mod set to learn on.
hey,
It
if
could
you
be
learn
fun.
it this way, like, the other stuff's gonna seem simple.
That is true. I like these automated factories. They look really cool.
I still haven't even seen one.
There's one right next to the heavy oil refinery that you were admiring earlier.
Oh, that thing. Oh, I didn't even realize that's what that was. I just saw it. I was like, oh yeah,
Really
that's the normal
cool.
thing.
Yeah, John's has some really cool machines. $36 more. That was not the direction I thought my car was parked.
Did you just destroy
Totally didn't
another
just about
machine?
run into a machine. I almost did. Because I thought I was parked facing the other way. See, in the future, we can also have a train stop that just requests all the science packs. So I don't have to run into the very middle of the all of these machines just to drop off more science packs.
Yeah, but do notice that science do get more expensive on the earlier science the later on.
Yep. Yep.
I am clearing the trees so we can have a decently working train stop. Oh, what does mining machines give us? A scrubber!
Yeah, they're not useful right now. They're basically needed for later mining things like iron processing 1.
We'll be using a chemical plant before too long.
Hey guys, you want to go to the ball mill? They got
That's where they make bowling.
balls.
That's where they make bowling balls.
An electric arc furnace. I wonder what that's going to be like. It's expensive.
No, Ilt, they're not yours, they're mine.
Someone trying to steal your balls?
Ild is trying to steal the mining machines. Alright. I guess I probably need to go and get more antimony. Let's make more intrametallics.
Not having to tear these trees down one by one is so nice.
That's why we started with the robots. Because I sure as hell didn't want to take them down one at a time.
Alright, the zinc processing is going to be interesting.
Well, there's a whole lot of processes that are quite busy.
Yeah, but zinc grade 1 already starts with needing 5 zinc ore and 3 iron sticks.
Yes, I did just add fish to the research process, or research queue.
I saw you put the composting in there as well. I was like, he's gonna try to get fishy with this. I'm calling it.
Well, we have to have it, so...
Yeah. The fish oil is needed for the trains.
Yep. Because while the water animals gives us the rendering for fish, it doesn't actually give us the way to make the fish. It just gives us the machines.
We can get fish by fishing. But
I don't think it gives us the kind of fish we need. Because this is fish mark 1.
Chemical plants.
Alright, train stops are cleared of trees. Thank you, Stream Element Spot, for just now being running.
You know what to say, better late than never.
At least StreamerBot isn't freaking out.
Close to being able to make the phytoplankton. Oh, but that needs
Hey, Knight.
a process tin. What?
It gives the correct fish.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, I have 5 fish mark 1s now.
Oh, well, at least that gives us a handful, but we still need to be able to make more.
Nah, let's just go fishing. Everybody loves fishing in video
Sounds too much.
games.
Here, there, I put it back.
Fish.
Well, I put all but the. Oh, there's the underground.
Yeah, I had it. My robot didn't
But I think
work for it.
I may have accidentally deconstructed a little more than anticipated from map view. It's like, here, have fish. Let the robots go fishing. This can go back to making nickel.
Apparently, I don't have all of the trees for one of my things. What? Since when? What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
Alright. I need cages to deliver. And I have no idea if we have the LTN discussion truly settled, but
It will never be settled between you two, that's.
I still argue that that should be our top priority past regular trains.
I say our processing will be
This is going to be a
go
while.
first.
Well, how far past? Let's see, where's trains?
Oh, you already got your Christmas tree up? I'm so sorry for you.
Okay, so I will agree that the iron processing 1 can fit in there before LTN. Especially since we're ready to start building out the processing paths for that. Need a bunch of boxes.
You're not even going to be home during Christmas? Why'd you put your tree up then? Seems counterproductive to me. You're going to Ireland? Ooh. That sounds like fun. I hear Ireland is like crazy beautiful.
I wouldn't mind making it over there at some point. Ooh, I just barely missed that whole tank process. You would think that these areas between the tracks would actually be somewhat safe to drive, but
I drive
really
on
isn't.
the track. I feel like driving on the track is
tracks
much
is not
easier.
always safe.
Depends on who set up whatever is near the tracks. I haven't had a problem. Then again, I go north and south on the track on the left side of the main block, but still. Oh, okie dokie. Laboratory equipment. Wow. It's been a long time since you've seen Factorio content. We've been doing this every Sunday for a little while now. Last couple Sundays at least. Who doesn't love a brain melting time in Factorio?
I know, right?
How you doing today, Ripley?
So I think the way I would suggest that we do like the iron and copper, or really any of the processing inputs, is basically to have a lower priority request for the raw iron ore. Northern Ireland or Ireland? I don't know. Ireland in general seems like has a lot of pretty stuff.
I mean, that's where they shoot a lot
but
of those
basically-
like areas.
Yeah, as far as like the iron input goes, it would accept the raw iron ore just to kind of consume it, but not be the primary input would be the processed iron, the first tier.
I mean, I think if we set up near where things are being mined so that it's proper and done right, I don't think we'll have to worry about bringing in any raw materials.
No, I'm just thinking about leftovers from other processes that are going to be in the system. That would provide a good consumer point for those, but not be like its primary production input.
I mean, we can always just do like we have more trains coming in and out than we need. We can always just do like waste kind of train, like anything that isn't the specific kind of resource that we're looking for, we can just throw it into the waste train and then it distributes that where it needs to go.
I'm just thinking of like waste out, like if there's a process that produces iron ore, like, or we have iron ore left over from other stuff in the past, then rather than just shipping that to or storing it forever and never using it, it can just be shipped to the iron processing and just it gets consumed that way, but it's not really a high priority to be delivered.
Question.
Answer.
Can I
Maybe.
make a burner to burn some of this excess keratin?
Do
I
we?
mean, I think isn't there processes for keratin that gives us stuff that we need? We just haven't
At
gotten
some
around to
point.
making it.
Ripley, thank you for the
We
like.
can
I
burn
appreciate you.
keratin in a few oil products, but I don't see a lot of uses for it yet. Yeah, we can turn it into shale oil.
I mean,
we could
so
also use the shale oil for. I mean, honestly, that's one of the things that we can fuel the trains with.
it burns really fast. It wouldn't be able to be out for very long.
Fuel value 10 megajoules. It's the same as any other fuel canister.
Are you talking about the oil or just the keratin?
The shale oil is 10 megajoules per oil canister, so it's 200 megajoules of power total, which should be easily enough for each run.
I mean, yeah, if we want to turn it into shale oil, that's fine. The keratin itself, though, is very, very bad. The thing that I was thinking of is there's some processes where we're still gonna need ash in the future. The Keratin burns fast enough that if we just burn it just for the sake of burning it, we can use it for ash.
What else does it turn into?
Thank you guys for the likes. I appreciate you guys.
Oh, the keratin is, apart from burning as a fuel, is only used to make shale oil.
So if we have a
we can
ridiculous
use.
amount of it, then we can just pretty much use it for ash and shale oil at that point.
Oh, that's way down.
I appreciate you, Mark. Our goal every stream is to hit at least 5. I think we're maybe gonna bump it up to like 7 every stream here at the beginning of December, as long as we can keep hitting that goal.
Oh, something else I want to do eventually is set up a block or part of a block that is basically just a repository for all of the various types of machines that we have that can just be placed anywhere. So we have a place to look at recipes.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that before. I mean, oh god, well, that's not what I meant to do. I went to go move the map and I did a delete for a whole bunch of trees, so good luck whoever walks by there. What about
Where did you do this at?
it was in our block and it extended out to the left almost to the chromium ore. So like
Oh, it must be through the
here to here, I think.
it must be where we don't have radar coverage yet.
Probably. So like what about, since this is going to be a central train depot right here, what if we just turn this block into like information kind of block? Put the repository of machines there, have the central train depot, anything that we might need.
I mean, that might be doable. It's the space right where the nickel is currently is probably the best space for that, depending on how much room it ends up taking.
Yeah, I mean just like in that area in general, I think will be, because then it won't be too far away, but it's also not in the way of anything too crazy.
Yeah, there's still station space for at least 2 more stations over here too. Oh, that's something else I think I want to start doing too, is taking this and making sightings kind of like that in various places.
Alright, good to know. You can't burn things. You can't burn keratin in a burner.
Basically, those little sightings I'm placing in a couple spots are just for the rummer train type of usage.
It's about time for me to go off.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be calling it stream-wise here soon. Might keep playing, but more chill and play.
That's a lot of wood.
That's what she said. Alright, bye Renzo. Thanks for playing, man. Have a good night.
Later, Renzo.
Bye.
It's fun, even if we were arguing about it forever.
Just keep arguing while I'm not there.
Ghost Simulator 3? Oh, good lord. So, the more that I think about this, the more, especially since we might have a repository, I'm thinking it might be worth it to just bring in the raw resource and have the crushers here instead of at the mines. Or have like...
Well, I think crushing it at the mines helps just to distribute that workload anyway. So, I mean, having that process spread out is not a bad thing anyway.
Or what I'm thinking...
Realistically, there's a good chance we're going to need more than one smelter block kind of like this.
So what I'm thinking, what about if we do like all the crushing and stuff like that over here, and then it just ships into here? And then this is all the like turning it into plates and stuff like that.
I don't know how those processes
Ecuador too?
scale with each other. That's the big challenge. I have no idea how they scale with each other.
Yeah, I mean, if we need more crusher blocks, we'll be able to add them in. But if we did it like that, I would hesitate to say it wouldn't be as bad just bringing in the, like, the ore to smelt with belts. Because it ideally, in an ideal world, it would end like right here would be the output. And then you can just belt it over and start the ore smelting like right here. So it's not even a spaghetti, it's just pulling it over the tracks, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, yeah, it could just feed into the requester stop, basically. Wow, that was not enough boxes. I made so many.
Farming Simulator 22. Knight plays that quite a bit.
Which
Or
one?
at least you used to. Farming Sim 22.
Oh, Farming Sim?
Yeah.
I haven't played it a whole lot lately, but I did get the Platinum update installed. And the new map looks pretty cool.
Crisis 3 remastered. God, Crisis.
I think I need to update the size of boxes.
Yeah, that's what happened down at the iron area too. See, the thing that I'm thinking of is if we have, say we have like one crusher to one smelting ratio. So like one crusher block on the one to the left and then everything smelting on the right. I'm thinking we won't even need to worry about trains, and it'll help our, like, if we plan the blocks properly, it'll help eliminate how many resources and how much we need for trains. Because we can just belt it in. We don't even need to put it into a station. We can just have it crushers. Even if the crushers get backed up, that's fine. Because we'll just be worrying about the smelter output. You know what I mean?
I mean, if we were going to do that, if we were just going to run it the crusher process local, then I would just put it in this area instead of across the tracks, and just take raw iron ore all the way through to plate in this spot.
Yeah, but what
Although
we
it
have
still would not hurt. It still wouldn't hurt to have requests, at least even a smaller stop requesting all of the various tiers of the ore, and just distribute it to the process wherever it belongs. So that it basically acts as a cleanup point.
Because what I'm thinking is we might not even have to worry about, especially at least for the early on stages, whether we do an LTN or not, it would save us having to worry about having a train doing that. We could just have a train focus on bringing in, and I don't know if we're going to be able to scale up like iron and copper in such a way that like in the distance that we have here, it would be good for like medium to later stages of the games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I said, I think it's still maybe a multi-4 for the 4-card multi-requester for whatever stage we're not requesting in this block, in this station, to request everything else. And I'm going to update the mod settings so that we have up to 100 long, so that the longer stations work properly.
Yeah, because it being split is kind of annoying.
Yeah, it was supposed to work for the 8-car blocks, but apparently I forgot to update that particular setting.
Yeah, see, I'm still just thinking if we're gonna have a requester station for any reason in this block, then we only have the requester station like one. We don't have both, and then we just crush outside of this block. So instead of raw iron into here, we crush over in this block and then have that ship out. Like, say we get stone, we would have a station to ship out the stone. But since we have iron and copper wanting to be smelted in this block that we're in, we don't have a requester station for anything more than just a basic copper and iron, like what we're going to be expecting grade wise.
Well, so my point is
Eliminate
basically if we with the way that you set up the stations in the long term, right?
I gave you my wood.
You just stick it in the car. That's why my what I use the car for.
I just stick it in you,
my
and
point
then
is
you can do with
basically-
what you want.
We build the station to start at whatever the primary tier we want to start at, which I think it's reasonable to start at the where the hell is it? Why can I never find the processes in the menu? The processed iron ore. So if we start at the processed iron ore and have basically any iron mining outpost would have the crushers to go to that processed stage, and then just have a station for picking up a secondary station for picking up the stone, for distributing stone. Then a secondary station here requesting the raw iron and whatever other tiers there are, so that any weird stuff that gets dropped in the network for some reason or anything else has a place to go. It
Yep.
wouldn't be something that's distributed very often, but then it's easy to just add that to the process mix that's already here without it being overly complicated at that point.
But you're still complicating it. If we just have all of the raw stuff go right here, and then it processes it to like grade 1, grade 2, whatever we need, and it comes out, it ends up being like right there, we could literally just bring in a small belt into this area, you know what I mean? Because
but even if you're processing that tier 1 on that side, I would still suggest wherever that process is happening pulls in all of the stuff that's being made in that process as well, up to the final product, so that if those ingredients or those intermediate processes, if the ingredients from an intermediate process end up in the LTN system at some point for whatever reason, because there's some random side effect of process 32,931, then at least they have a place to be shipped off to and consumed to make the stuff, rather than reprocessing it further in that step.
yeah, I think you're
basically-
expecting us to get
It's basically
something
a
more
disposal
crazy.
area.
Yeah, you're expecting
No, not really.
something more crazy. We're just gonna have processed iron and stone. We can have the stone ship out on a train to wherever we want the stone to go, and then we can just bring in the processed iron via like that 20 long belt that we have right here. I'm saying specifically just for the iron. Copper, it's gonna get a little bit more complicated because it has all of that, like, oh well, if it turns out to this, then it has to loop back and go into this. But like, especially for the iron, since it's super straightforward with the crushing, just
Well, the crushing step is yes, but that's not the only stage that I'm thinking of.
yeah, but then we can keep redoing this one, like this, whatever the crushing stage is to get to the smelting. We can update that block separately and just keep the iron or like keep this block.
Well,
the
I mean,
process.
both
the-
blocks are would have to be updated.
If we only have the smelting block be taking whatever resource we put into it to the plates, then we
But that
can.
process changes. Like if you look at the tech for the iron processing 1, that step alone changes from taking the process ore to melting it and ideally using hot air to process the molten iron into iron plates. So that process is already changing on the next research. But I think if we ship in the processed ore processed iron as the primary input, have like 2 or 3 jaw crushers that'll handle any extra iron that doesn't hit the jaw crushers at the mining point, because there's like 50 other processes that might output iron ore for some random reason, then that just provides effectively a garbage disposal for those resources that will make it useful. Also, I just put gas back in the antimony mining.
Would the hot air be? I guess it's 15 more efficient. It depends on how long it would take for the hot air to generate. But like, so what I'm thinking is like,
hello, Sunbear.
we have 2 stations here, right? I'm thinking get rid of one of them and just update the other station for what we would need it. So like where we have the raw iron input, if we're gonna just go straight into the iron processing, which I think would be a smart decision because of how much we're getting out of it, for train wise, we would just bring in the hot air in the sand casting at that point, or in the borax.
Basically, let me do this. The train station that I have set up here now, that I just put that soil extractor on, would bring in processed iron. It would go through, currently, as of this moment, I don't have the right machines on me, that's why I'm using random stuff. It would just go into a random set of furnaces and be turned into plates. Later on, obviously, it gets extra steps, so we go another machine to melt it, then we cast it, and so forth and so on as this stuff changes from the processed iron stage.
Yeah, see, what I'm saying is, I'm saying
down here we just take a couple of jaw crushers. This stop would be a multi-requester, and then maybe a provider here to get rid of the stone. That would request the raw iron.
You're making it
just ends up in the
more
system randomly.
You're still making this area more complicated. What I'm saying is,
But
say what we're doing right now. Say we go for the processed iron. We have 3 stops right here. We make first stop for the raw borax, second stop for what was it that it needed?
So the borax and the other stuff are not high quantity things.
Yep, but so we have 1 stop for the borax, and one stop for the sand casting, and 1 stop for the hot air, and then for the molten iron.
For that, though.
But that's what I'm saying. We just bring those materials in, right? And then for the molten iron or for the crushed iron or whatever we decide to do, we do all of that into here.
That's what this one's for.
Yeah, but no, this one we specifically have for plates.
This stop up here is processed iron. This stop down here is castings, regular iron ore that didn't get crushed for whatever reason. The sand castings, all of the remaining stuff gets requested here.
If we do it properly, we won't have iron that doesn't get crushed for whatever reason. If we do it right,
system at some point in time, and I guarantee that from experience.
Then
it will end up in the system for some random reason.
then we figure out why it got into the system and we fix it, instead of just letting it continuously do that. Because
it will be there. This is basically just the cleanup for it. And realistically, that
But-
could be as simple as
I want this
there's
block
the
that
drop
we're
pressure,
in.
it goes through and up.
I want this block to be only plates, only plate production. So nothing, no
Plates go-
raw
the plates
iron
go
gets
out
in
on this
here.
other side.
Yes,
The plates go out on the other side.
I know, but anything brought into this block should only be used to create a plate, not go from raw
Okay,
iron
and
into the
raw-
plate.
Raw iron would be ultimately what's coming in here.
The
came from
last
raw
process. Yes, but the last process, the only process that is done is output of
Okay,
raw plate
so-
or iron plate. So for right now we
kinda
would bring in the
two ways-
processed, and then later we would bring in the borax and the hot air in the cast for the molten iron, and then the block to our left
Well-
would be specifically
so-
only for making that molten iron.
So if we want to argue that we should only bring in the stage to make the plates, then I would argue that this should be, at that point, this should only be a liquid stop that brings in molten iron, and the melting and everything else is done elsewhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The melting and everything is going to be
But-
done here, but we're going to be able to just
Why would-
bring in the molten
so-
iron via the
don't think
regular
it's-
pipes.
I don't think it will take the entire half block to take from processed iron, that basically the first stage, all the way to plates through any process at scale. I don't think it's going to take the entire half block to do that.
We
So
don't
bring
have an
in-
entire half block
Bring
to
in
work
processed
with.
iron. Yes, we do.
Not really. If you
That's exactly how it's split up. That's exactly how it's split up.
if
The
you
bottom half of the block is for copper. The top half of the block is for iron.
yes, but account for the trains. We're not going to be able to
Yes.
put a whole bunch of stuff efficiently in between the tracks. I'm assuming that the only space that we have to work with right now, turn off your RoboPort. I'm going to use belts probably to try to map it out. The only
what's
space
up?
we have to work with is like right here. In this section, well, I guess to be fair, assuming all of that, yeah, probably about right there.
All of that space. That's also why I say in this space in between. If this space in here, if this should be low load mid process, for lack of a better phrase. So things like taking raw iron to make the processed iron at a low scale thing as a cleanup process, I don't see as being a big deal to use a little bit of this space for that process. And then that third rail can be a miscellaneous output stop for early process, and then the main outputs are on the right side.
What I'm worried about is we're going to have to end up making massive changes to this block once we get into later stages of production.
Now,
because
the way that I would generally approach that is to not screw with this block until the new one is done and in place somewhere else. So basically, this block gets built to the tech that we have today, plus or minus a little bit, like the iron processing with the molten iron is not going to, if we build for that process initially, it won't be a big deal to integrate in. And then in the future, if we need more capacity or newer processes add more steps that we don't want to do here, or can't really be easily retrofit, then you build a new block to do that and turn off the requests for this block and let it empty out. And this is also how you could all end up with stuff left over here that gets sent somewhere else.
you're
Okay, well,
everything
it's better
that
to
you
ship
said,
elsewhere.
everything that you just said, it was too much. This, if we just if
the
we
whole-
update,
that is the whole process for any complicated mod pack.
so
Especially when you're doing
no.
LTN for processing.
if you make it, you just simplify it. You can simplify it. You have this block.
Okay. You can
This
do-
block is
so there's-
only.
The other way you can do it. The other way you can do it is have each block do a single process only, and you take one step in that process and ship it by train to the next spot.
No, I'm not
And then
even
you
gonna
just
try to
use that
ship
space
it by
to scale.
train. I don't even try to ship it by train. You do this block right here, half of this block, to get down to the molten iron. So this block gets processed iron or raw iron into processed iron, and then it has borax and oxygen brought into it. And then that molten iron, since it's right next to it, instead of trying to ship it with a train that could be used more efficiently elsewhere, we just have a couple small pipes go across the tracks into this block right here. And that block is specifically only used for making plates, and then that plate output is put into the LTN's network. If for some reason there's some sort of waste, say there's raw iron that's brought into here for whatever reason, you just put it back at the beginning of the block to our left. You have a waste
then
belt
if
that
we're-
brings it back to the beginning. That's it.
If you're only going to take from molten iron to plate in this block, you don't need the entire half block. You only need the station space, which is basically quarter block.
No, because ideally the block to our left is going to produce enough molten iron that we will end up taking more than just in the station space. I'm talking about making this block a huge production so that over here can specifically focus on the molten iron.
Or the block that we're in just goes from processed iron to plates, including the molten iron step, all here, with a small thing to deal with any excess iron ore that ends up on the system for whatever reason.
No, because then you're recomplicating it. If this block
It's not,
here,
though. It's not.
It is,
But
because
you're
if
complicating
this,
it by adding a. Okay,
No,
we went from.
okay.
Here's the thing. We went from having this half of the block be whole iron process to now adding this block over here to also do iron process.
so this
You-
block that we're
you're
in, no,
complicating it by making it. By doubling the size of it.
no, I'm making it more simple because we're going to have spaghetti. The more that we update just this block for the iron processes that we do, the more spaghetti it's going to be, and we're going to have to rip it down and put it back. Instead of doing that, we have this one that we update, and then this block doesn't get changed. It is specifically for the iron plates.
So instead of block D becoming belt spaghetti, the new block to the left of it becomes spaghetti instead.
This block will be able, block D will be able to have a ridiculous amount of space, a significant more amount of space to work with than if we're trying to smush it in. We're trying to
All you're doing is
smash
moving
it
the
in.
spaghetti.
Not really.
You're
Because
moving the spaghetti.
if
Literally
you-
moving the spaghetti.
If you, for right now, since we don't have iron ore, if we do a line of crushers that goes along right here, right, and then we still have half of this block open to start updating it into the molten iron, all we have to do then is stop the crushers coming over to here, and the processed iron coming into this block, and instead have from here to here be getting the processed iron, and then from here to here it turns it into molten iron. So you're not making
other mod pack, Jack.
it's,
All
you're
doing
not
is
making
moving the spaghetti. You're just moving
no.
the spaghetti.
No, you're preparing to have more space outside so you don't have spaghetti. So if we make the top left corner of the block to the left, purely for processing the iron, and then we just ship it over in regular lines into this block to cook it into plates. Fine, no big deal. It's not that long of a block. By the time we get done with it, it's going to probably be about halfway through, so the top left corner is going to be specifically processed iron, and then the top right corner is going to be empty. And then from there,
Just shifting spaghetti.
no, it's not going to be spaghetti, because then all we have to do is get rid of the processed iron lines coming into this block and just have them go into the molten iron lines, the molten iron inputs that we would need for the top right corner of
So
the
all,
other block.
all you're doing is saying we rebuild both blocks instead of rebuild one block, because
We
block
wouldn't be
D would
rebuilding
starting
anything.
No, because block D is starting as regular furnace, or the regular smelters to do the processed iron to iron plate, and then getting turned into doing the molten iron casting. So it's getting rebuilt again right there, and
It
then
just
we're
gets
rebuilding
the
all this stuff to
machines
processed iron to
updated.
the left.
The machines get
You're You're
updated.
literally just so you're literally just moving what gets changed.
No, I'm
You're not
preparing
saving
us.
You're literally not changing
I'm
anything in the
preparing
amount of
for-
complexity. You're just
No.
moving where it's complex, where it's complicated.
No, because
Yes,
having it
you
be
are.
processed iron into the plate output and then processed iron into the molten iron is very simple. Instead of trying to fully tear stuff down, the processed iron stuff doesn't change. That remains the same.
Okay, so
Nothing
if the processed
changes
iron
there.
Stuff didn't change, then it's still right here.
No, it would stay right here instead of trying to push everything over and trying to add in everything that we need to for the molten iron.
So,
This
what you're
whole
saying is we
section right
process
here,
iron- we process iron. We take the raw iron over at that far left point, and we run it through the crushers and everything, and belt it all the way over here to be put into smelters. And then when we get it molten iron, we then melt it over here, put new casters over here instead.
why would we need, is that what the machine is called for the iron
It's
processing?
a different
Hold on.
machine to do the casting.
Yeah. So we
The
would be
cast plates are
doing,
different.
we
We're
would be
rebuilding
doing,
the same amount of stuff. You're just putting it in multiple different places to rebuild instead of in the block that was designated for doing iron processing.
so we would
Iron
need
and
the,
copper.
we would need the casting unit for the iron plates. What are we using now? It's just regular furnaces, right?
I think right now we're using a lot of regular smelters, but we can switch that to the what are they called? The advanced foundries,
Yeah, but that's
which
still,
are all
it,
those
it's
are all
the same.
electric, so we don't have to deal with coal.
Yeah, it's the same thing except bigger.
You're just
It
you're just
doesn't change
moving-
anything. So
You're just moving where we have to rebuild stuff. That's all you're doing.
what do you need for the casting machine? I wanna, I bet the casting machine is gonna need a local radar. What the hell's a local radar? What the fuck? It needs a lab
the-
and a local radar? Wait,
The
no,
local
yeah.
radar is just a small. Wait, the casting machine uses.
Yeah, it uses a local radar. You would think the casting machine would use the furnaces or even a foundry.
It would be nice if it provided the radar services.
Yeah.
If it's going to use a local radar, it should at least provide the radar services.
The
That's funny.
the recipe for a casting machine, and you have
Yeah,
to.
I'm looking at it.
I'm sure you agree. That's stupid. The local radar should be like the foundry.
Well, I mean, it should take like a foundry there or a steel furnace or something like that. I think
Yeah,
it's
there's-
probably because they wanted it to use the engine is probably why that's recipes in there. Because
Oh.
the local radar uses a engine unit.
Yeah, but I mean, still,
That's
you
weird.
could have
I
you
agree.
could have just thrown an engine in as a requirement for the recipe and just made the local radar a foundry.
Yeah, you could. That's weird, but whatever.
Because
But
what
it's a
I
7x7 machine. It's the same size as I think it's the same size as the foundry.
because the thing that I was thinking was we just update the machines.
No, it's
We
not
don't-
going to be that easy. It will never be. Okay, a process change will never be as easy as just swapping a machine. That is something I can say definitively from what we've done so far. The only thing a simple machine swap is going to do is for would be like the Vrakpatic Mark 1 to the Vrakpatic Mark 2, which is just a faster version of it. I think both of those are the same size. and
But
work
see,
the same.
I'm willing to bet
Everything
if we
else
go
is
with
going to be process change.
if we go with my idea, the updating of the machine in this block is all we're gonna need to do. Because this block
Okay,
will take care of everything
here's-
else.
I think the part that you're missing, though, that I don't think I'm communicating well enough, is that regardless of whether you do the processing to the steps, whether you do the processing in that block to the left or the block to the right, it doesn't matter. The same complexity has to be changed in either place. All
I'm
you
trying to
do
make it so
is
that
spread out what has to be changed. That's all that's changing is how spread out it is.
so my idea will make it so that this is a simple update in here if needed,
It
and
won't be ever.
it will be. Then the
It
top
won't
left
ever be a simple update.
it will be.
That's
If
the
if
point.
you
It will
if you
never, ever
listen
be a
to me,
simple update.
if you listen to me and do it how I say, it'll be a simple update, guaranteed.
Never be a simple update.
I
Because the
would
process-
put
okay.
money on it
Okay,
because
so
the-
so the process,
instead of
here's the,
no, okay, shh.
Instead of
Listen,
going-
listen,
instead of going-
listen. No,
Hold on.
listen. No, because you're trying to
Hold on,
overcomplicate it.
hold
No,
on.
night,
Hold
hush,
on.
hush.
This is the process.
No,
This is
no,
the process.
no.
This is the whole chain process. You
Night-
go from
I will tell you this right
you
now.
go
No, shush. I will tell you this right now. I'm gonna do it my way, and it's gonna be fine. And you can try to argue with it, but this block will be a simple machine update. Over here in the top left corner, it will be. I can guarantee you.
Okay.
And then the top left corner is not gonna change. All we're gonna be changing is a quarter of a block instead of a half of a block. And there's not going to be any
so-
spaghetti because you're going to make sure that the processes are set up properly so that this is a machine update, this stays the same,
Okay.
this quarter of the block updates and changes. That's it. And the only thing that changes in it is we add in a secondary process to melt the iron. That's it.
So-
You are making it so much more
Okay.
complicated than it has to be.
Listen. So here's the thing.
I'm just gonna do it.
We go. No,
You-
you can do whatever you want. I'll let you deal with the iron plates however you want to deal with it.
I'm gonna
But
do the
just
iron plates and the copper, and it's
understand-
gonna be fine.
And I mean it'll work. I'm not saying it's not going to work. I'm just saying that all you're doing is moving complexity.
No,
The raw-
I'm simplifying
going
the
from- okay,
complexity.
So from processed iron.
No,
after
from
the jaw crusher.
raw iron.
Okay,
From
so
raw
the only
iron.
difference in this process from raw iron to processed iron is jaw crushers. Whether that's done at the mine or at the smelter, it doesn't matter tremendously. The same stuff has to happen. That's just a minor change on where that happens. The process after that, right now, is you take that processed iron and you stick it in a smelter. That's the advanced smelter is a advanced foundry. The electric version is a 6x6 machine that takes that processed iron and turns it into iron plates. The next process that we unlock to do the casting, and yes, ash is a big deal, is a big thing to deal with. The next process after that, to turn it into, to melt the iron and turn it into the melted iron and cast it, requires the oxygen furnace to melt it, which you add borax to that step to melt it, to get the molten iron, and then you go to, from that, you then go to the casting unit, which takes is a 7x7 machine, which also takes borax and the sand castings in order to make the plates. That is a bigger machine with more inputs, so it is not going to ever be just a simple machine upgrade. There will always be more complexity than just a simple machine upgrade. And so you're going to take...
I'm going to replace the station later because we're going to need inputs.
So you're going to take raw iron ore here, go through multiple processes that I expected to only take half a block to begin with, even through all of the complex stuff, all the way to plates over there. That's the plan?
I've explained it. You can't visualize it, so I'll just build it. I'm just gonna build it.
Is that not what you just said that you were gonna do? Raw iron in on that very far left to plates out on the very far right and just splitting up and spreading out the entire process. I still want to know how you see that as reducing how complicated it is to update it when it's the same things required to update.
Because
the same machines have to be updated, the same processes have to update.
Because you're expecting to update everything. How I'm going to build it, you're not gonna need a full update. So, like I said,
require multiple things to happen for an updated process.
You can say that all you want, but I'm going to show you that that's not the case.
I just walked through how many things updated that one block update alone.
If you plan and if you do it right, it will not happen. You can just do a simple update. You are making it way more complicated than it has to be because your initial setup would be looking to only do specific parts. What I'm prepping for this is that we can do the most efficient possible setup, and then we only build what we need, and we have the space so that we can make the most efficient setup when it's available.
So curious, have you looked at the iron processing stage 2, which we won't get for quite some time after stage 1?
I will eventually. By then, we'll probably need enough iron that we wouldn't be able to maintain it in just the half a block anyway.
Which, that half a block doing process to melt it and everything would be fine. But, you know, I've only played this game a couple thousand hours. What do I know?
Like I said, I'm just gonna build it, and it's gonna work, and you're gonna eat your words.
I'm not saying it won't. I'm not saying no. I won't. I'm not saying
yes,
it won't work.
No, you're going to eat your words. Work. No, you're saying.
Never once. Okay.
No,
I have never once said that this would not work at all. What
you're saying that it will not.
You're moving complexity.
No, what you said, and I quote, is. You will never be able to have a simple update. This process will
never be a single element update.
It will.
I will stand behind that. I stand behind that statement that there will never be a single process update that of any kind of efficiency level. I've looked at the research chain a lot already. There are no processes that are single step updates.
And that is where I'm going to make you eat your words. Because if you plan properly, you will be fine.
That is okay. So that's why the
You can-
upgrade process is build new block with new processes to increase the capacity, and then you turn off the old one and repurpose it. The simplicity in doing that is so much greater. It leaves everything else working while you do your updates.
You can keep trying to fight this
I've
all you
done-
want. Like I said, you will
I've
just
done
end
this
up
a
eating
lot.
your words. Yeah?
No,
And
I won't, because I've already done this a lot. I know how this works.
so a wise man once said, even if you do something 1,000 times, someone who does it one time could do it more efficiently. They can
Are
still
you
do
this
it
wise
better.
Person?
No, you could anything that is done can be done better. And if you don't believe that, then there's something massively wrong. You can always improve on something that is built. Always.
Yes. That I will
And
agree. That you
I-
can always improve processes. That does not mean.
And
that it's
I'm
a
going to
single thing
improve
that
it.
Gets changed. That does
It-
not mean that it's a single thing that changes. You have said
No, it changes- It changes
massively.
massively. What do you
No,
mean?
let the record show. Okay, let the record show that I have stated that there is no process in this game that will see any significant increase in efficiency by replacing a single building. And replacing one building type with another building type in the process. Let the record show that King has stated that he can take a process and change one thing and bump it to the next tier, and we will see who's right.
All I'm going to have to do is change the buildings that are being used in the iron
You said
plate area.
single building.
A single building, and then all I'm going to have to do is, instead of bringing in the processed iron all the way over to the plates, I just have to put in the extra corner in the
That's already
block
two
to the
buildings
left.
that you've already stated two buildings just in
You-
that update alone.
You said I will not be able
That-
to
that's-
take... No, shush. You said, and I
You
quote, I will
just-
not be able to take this block and change the one building that's in it to make it have any kind of iron. I said, and I quote, I'm going to bring raw iron into here. It's going to turn into processed iron. And for right now, until we get to the new iron area, it's going to come all the way over to here as furnaces, and then it's going to be produced into plates. And then once we get the iron processing too, this corner of the block is going to turn into the molten iron section, and then the molten iron is going to be brought in, and the only thing that changes in this block is going to be which building is in there. That is what I've said from the beginning. That
said
is exactly
single
what I
building
said.
Update. You said single building updating the process.
Single building in this block. In block D, only one building changes. Nothing else changes. In the block to the left,
So
nothing will change in
means-
the top left corner. And then in the top right corner, we will have an updated process when it is available, because I'm not going to have to spaghetti anything, because all I need to do is almost the exact same thing of what you would be doing with the trains, but already contained in a singular block. Is I would be inputting the processed iron into the top right corner so that it can be turned into molten iron and shipped over to here via a couple of pipes. There will not be any major changes. There will not be any major teardowns of the block to rebuild and repurpose. It will be, I just add in that little section when it's available. That's what I've said from the beginning.
all
You
you're
can-
doing is moving the complexity.
No, I'm not.
Yep.
You're
Might
now
not see it as
just
such, but all you're doing is moving complexity.
you're just fighting against it now because you're seeing what I'm saying, and you're seeing that it is going to be that simple.
It's moving complexity.
No, it's preparing for the future and making it incredibly simple to change what kind of process I'm doing.
You might not want to see it as such, but just moving complexity.
No, I'm not. It's going to be very simple. Guaranteed. Very simple.
Let's see. Let's go get more titanium.
Also, what's up, brother? How you doing? I really should start
Don't worry, I'll
using
just
my
complain
car.
to you every time we're running low on iron.
We won't run
I'll
low
let
on
you do
iron.
whatever you want with the iron and copper. It's all up to you.
We're not gonna run low on iron.
I will just block that part of the map entirely off of my brain.
We're not gonna run low on iron. Does the copper get
Yes.
melted down like that as well?
I believe so. Somebody keeps updating the titanium stuff and adding an inserter, pulling out of one of the mining drills that stalls the process. I don't know who.
It's
one of the
actually
mining
not
drills-
me this time. I don't.
Like you said, I don't know who.
I
just
don't
know
touch
that
the. I
one
don't touch
mining
that.
drill has to not have an inserter pulling the fuel out of it, otherwise it stalls.
Does it at
It's the
least have an
second time
Does it have an inserter pulling out the ash? Because that would also stall it.
No, there's no ash being pulled out right now, but
That's the only thing that I would say, because the ash will eventually stall it as well. But yeah, I haven't gone to that area at all. I go up,
I'm
get the
guessing
plates,
it's
and come back
probably
down.
I'm guessing it must be Renzo that's changing, because I know I'm not taking the or not putting an inserter on it. I'm guessing maybe he sees, oh well, it's full of ash, then adds the inserter on it, and it blocks the whole thing.
Yeah, I haven't been up into the titanium since, God, last week even.
So basically, the way that it's fueling all of the power and everything for it is it uses it just has a loop of burner mining drills currently. And
Yeah, I saw that,
as long
and
as
they.
there's no inserter on the last one, then it will just keep on going. But as soon as you put an inserter pulling the fuel out of the last one, then it gets unfueled and the whole thing stops.
Yeah, only thing I would say is just make sure it pulls out the ash.
Yeah, it's
Because
if it just
1,000
sits there for a
ash.
while, it's not a big deal right now.
Well, I mean, having a regular supply of titanium is probably going to be nice once we start getting into this later stage.
I mean, we have 1,000 titanium sitting here right now. I'm not too worried about it sitting for a little while.
Say that now, and then we're going to be out of titanium, and I'm going to be like, I guess you should have done that.
Well,
That's not an argument
just-
style of, like...
we just need power and all of the big power poles and stuff to run the full grid, and then all this bit gets rebuilt anyway.
Yeah, but, like, I mean, just a simple ash inserter is not going to break that one, you know what I mean?
I don't know if these inserters are even filtered.
I would think
Although they probably pull ash out.
I would think the ones that aren't like the main like drill
Yeah,
that runs it wouldn't
they're
matter.
not filtered.
Yeah, I would think only the one that needs to keep running needs to filter. The rest can just be regular.
Whitelist. Yeah, go put a whitelist of ash on that and see what happens. I'm sure it won't break anything else. Because I don't think it's actually filtering ash anywhere up here.
I thought it was. I thought I'm pretty sure up in. Oh god,
Um,
I had the tree deconstruction thing again. Please, for the love of God, don't judge how many trees are being. Oh wait, Control Z. Oh, thank God.
oh, I mean, I don't mind the trees being
Yeah, I
removed
know.
anyway.
I know, but it was like it happened and how big of an area it was. It was like, oh god, it's gonna be horrible. Yeah, it's getting filtered. I don't know if you just built
Yeah,
it, but like,
no, it's been there. I'm offloading a bunch more ash from the boiler.
probably have to do that on the other side too.
Yeah, this is gonna be.
I would just put it all on the left side. That way, you can ensure that it's not gonna back up the right side of the belt, and the right side of the belt can constantly have coal on it.
Yeah, I suppose.
It'll still give like that potential to stall it out if the ash gets filled up, but it'll stall it out a lot later than
Maybe.
yeah.
There's a lot of ash to offload.
I mean, yeah, theoretically that's how it should work.
Uh, this all needs to be updated to new stuff, but it's a pain to do without having power being
How far away
properly
are the power
distributed.
poles? Power poles are
A
pretty
long
far, aren't they?
ways. Yeah, they're a long ways off for the big ones. I mean that's whoops.
Oh god, it's all the way in the next science.
Yeah. But on the nice side is the Nexalit power poles are really cool looking. 13 by
Yeah.
13 supply area.
How big is the substation usually? That's 25 by 25, right?
Substation is 18 by 18.
Okay, so
And then there's a
substation will still
Nexalit
be better.
substation. There's a Nexalit substation that's a 5 by 5 block that does 60 by 60.
Oh, that's even better.
Which, yeah, I mean that takes a lot of stuff, but not terrible. That's gonna
Yeah, but like for the
those.
for the size of it, like that could almost run all of one base just off of that substation.
Let's see. Let's see. 30. I think 36 of them would completely cover a full block.
36 of the Nextlit substations?
Yeah.
It's a lot more than I expected.
Well, each block is that big power pole in the corner of each block, in the corner of the intersection, to the next one is 330 tiles.
I really need to bring my car over here while I'm getting rid of all of this wood.
Probably. I don't know why you go running around so much instead of driving around.
So I don't break shit. That's just the long and short of it. Like, I just hate breaking shit.
I don't remember if I mentioned earlier about the 8-car sightings that are just the little tiny ones off the side of the main tracks. Did I mention what those are for?
No.
So those are just like placeholders for our trains as stopping points at random handy locations. The stacking lanes are also useful for that, but some spots might not have full stations. Like the geothermal plant doesn't actually have a station attached to it.
I still
Might be
think
one
it
in the
wouldn't be a
future.
bad idea, like, if we get, like, 3 trains and almost use them as if they're the cars. And, like, turn the inner
Oh,
railroad into the, like
I'm
the
planning on
trains.
I'm planning on using a train as a personal runabout, and just that's what the sightings are for. And I'll probably not use the car very much after that.
Yeah, I'd probably do the same. I wouldn't have to worry about breaking shit at that point.
Yeah. And when you're in the train locomotives, if you, from the map view, if you just hit control and click anywhere, it'll put a temporary stop in and drive there and then stop and switch to manual and it will delete that automatically.
Hmm.
Your robots are a long ways away from you now.
Yeah, I know. They're slow. I don't feel like waiting for them.
Makes me want to go rescue them. Then I can have more robots.
They eventually catch up. You would need another Roboport in your armor, wouldn't you?
To actually have them fly, yes, but I can have them as spares.
Fancy Call of Duty.
We'll cook soon.
If you're talking about what I was playing yesterday, I'll probably play more of it here in the future. I haven't done too much, and Sundays have been more dedicated to arguing with Knight versus hating Call of Duty, I guess you could say.
Well, that power pole went away quick.
Did you just put a power pole down and break it right after?
No, it's one that Renzo had powering the his little sandcast maker thingamajig. That was right in the middle of the one of the only paths that gets all the way from the titanium all the way down to where the research stuff is. The research 2s are being made. Bioscience Packs 2s are being made. Without anything in the way, which is kind of surprising.
Way to hit another power pole. I saw my power fluctuate up here.
That one I moved.
Oh.
I actually took it away and moved it. I was creating a better gap on the rail itself. Because there's other stuff all around there too. I came down here to put more titanium here. And I still got my personal reserve of titanium. There's so many pipes and everything everywhere.
You get used to spaghetti after a while. To be honest, spaghetti doesn't sound bad for dinner. I wish I had some spaghetti.
Cages. 7. I feel like there should be more cages than what are here.
Meatball?
So like 17 more.
People are gonna think I'm weird, but believe it or not, I love ground meat and I love all that stuff. I don't like meatballs. I don't know what it is.
How the meatballs are made too.
Probably like I think I had like a bad meatball when I was younger, and ever since then it's been like ugh, meatballs.
Okay, quartz is officially plenty full enough again.
Oh, I got a text apparently.
I have turned the quartz off from inputting into the circuit maker again.
Okay, yeah, it can fill up super quick.
There's 17K quartz in the right box for that right now.
Yeah, I think we got enough.
I think that's enough for now.
Man, we started talking about
getting
food,
more-
and now I'm hungry.
I'm working on getting more cages made to add to the rock process.
Do you need some titanium? I have
I have titanium.
500 on me. How much was my microphone? So this one is a higher end microphone. It's not your typical USB. I think for the whole thing, it was roughly about 350-ish, maybe 4. The microphone itself is probably cheaper now. It's called an AT2030. Let's see.
I have that mic. It's not the mic I'm using currently, but I do have one. I think it's 2030. It might be 2035. I don't know where it is at the moment, though.
This one, I think I might have the 2035. Yeah, this is the mic that I have. So when I bought it, god damn it, I wish it was this cheap. When I bought it, it was like 200. Here, I'll post a link for it. Yeah, so the reason why I opted to get a more expensive microphone, I had a Blue Yeti for the longest time, but a microphone like this, it's called a condenser mic, for anybody who doesn't know. It has to be closer to the face, obviously. If you notice, if I talk further away, it gets worse. And the reasoning behind it is, like, if there's a whole bunch of background noise or if there's something going on, it helps to limit how much gets picked up by the mic, but also makes the quality of whenever I'm talking into it sound better. So, like, if I still had the Blue Yeti that I was using for the longest time, whenever they're working on construction, all you would hear is the banging, whereas instead, sometimes you'll hear, like real soft in the background. It would be crazy loud like it is for me. And like my vocals would not have sounded as crisp and clear with the Yeti. It still sounds good, but there's a noticeable difference. And usually for condenser mics, you want to do the research. You want to find one that's more set for like your vocal range. Some condenser mics do a lot better for like a lower vocal range. So if you have a deeper voice, they tend to be a lot more crisp for whenever or how it picks up your voice.
Vocal versus instrument specifically.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
vocal condenser. Because whatever Mike Howe has is perfect for him.
How's it going, King 440?
I know if I would get a mic like Howe, like you would, it would be horrible.
This is 2 Factorio. This is Factorio. That's entirely fair. Yeah.
And also, I did see what Jack said with if you don't care how slow it may be for the LTN. I'm trying to not be slow.
It won't be slow. I guarantee we will be perfectly fine.
It'll be slow.
It won't be. It'll be fine. It'll unlock building out a lot more stuff. So this is the Pyanodon's Modpack, and there's a lot going on. This is one of the animal processes, the Vraux, in a very small, temporary form at the moment, until such time as we get more things opened up. I'm just making more cages to feed into here so that they will make more of them, so we can make more latex and...
Yeah, that way we can get more rubbers. I don't know if there's any Audio-Technica microphones that have RGB.
Probably. Maybe. I don't know. It's not a feature I look for, so...
Yeah, I usually don't care much for RGB. Like, if it's gonna be something that's behind me or something like that, and I don't have to be distracted by it, I'm very easily distracted.
Hey, look, squirrel.
Pretty much. Like, I have a whole bunch of RGB.
You wanted to say where? I heard it.
Yeah, I did. Shut up. My mouse and keyboard has RGB on it, and a lot of people will have it do like these crazy cool things, like especially if they're like hardcore into like first-person shooters, and people want to see their hands. Like they got another camera showing just their hands, and like they have this cool little light show going on with it. I've seen it. It's really cool. But I would be like, what the fuck was... Oh, God, it's just my lights. What the hell? Oh, it's just my lights today. God damn it.
Now, someone in King's chat is looking for RGB mics for some reason. I don't know why.
The only thing that I would maybe have light-wise for my microphone is if it had, like, a ring on it. And, like, whenever I talk, the ring turned green if it was picking it up. But that's probably about it. And that would be
I have RGB
primarily...
on my mouse and keyboard, but I don't really do anything special with it. I'm just using one of the default effects from Corsair on both.
That's what I have, yeah.
I really should make the effects that I have between the two PCs different. That way I can tell easier which PC is actually active on it.
That would be smart. I never thought about doing that.
HyperX Quadcast. I mean, I don't need a new mic. I like my mic anyway.
The only audio upgrade that I would do at any point is get a Go XLR. And then I'd really annoy the shit out of everybody.
With looping sound effects?
Sound effects, different like audio noises, and a whole bunch of weird, crazy shit that I'd do with it. Oh man, everybody would hate being in a call with me.
Caracas went through a phase with his. When he got his, he was like looping everything anybody said, he would loop it. Speaking of Caracas, hi there! I did not know you were in chat. Hi.
I would totally like have a I'd have a library where it'd be like Spiegel just wants to play, and then whenever someone's like, "Oh yeah, just sit there," I'd just hit it a million times.
Listen, the animals over here are very happy. The animals over here are
dying.
They're just being.
They're getting murdered.
Now the ones in here may not be as happy.
Some of the animals get the fuck for a living, so they get to, you know, who doesn't want to do that?
Right?
I can't do Golem. Golem, like, the coarseness of Golem, I can't seem to get. I can do Schmeagol perfectly fine.
There's so many more pipes up here.
And so many people are probably sitting there. Wait, where?
Renzo ran more pipes. It's terrifying.
Wait, where?
Up by the latex, because he's got a pipes running over to do the borax.
Oh God.
And I forgot about it.
I might call the stream and I might go get myself some food because I'm fucking hungry now. Talking about spaghettis and meatballs and shit.
I'm debating whether I want to make ramen tonight or save it for a little bit later this week. I should make it tonight.
I don't know what I'm gonna make tonight. Dragon's out at a dinner with her family. I was gonna go, but I haven't been able to have a day to like work and do shit.
Oh, that's what's going on.
Wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Again.
I have an area that can take care of all of the ash that we currently have. Wendy's.
You sure about
I
that?
would, but I'm broke. Yeah, I mean, it's sitting 90% idle, so
Well, I just added the thing to input prioritize the Steam from up here so that it will
Oh yeah, you're still only
input the ash
using.
from the Steam.
Yeah, you're still only using half right here. You can also bring in ash from this side. Right along
I
the
didn't build
bottom.
this stuff. I was just getting the ash going again to make it work again.
Yeah, if it starts to back up, just split it off and bring it around the other side. Right, if you look like right, I'm gonna see if I can place it proper. Right there, that exact belt right there, you can just pull a belt in and put it right there, and it'll feed it into the second side of the system.
I know this is working again now, so
Okay. God, I wish I could have
Good
Wendy's.
enough.
I'd go and walk and get Wendy's because there's one not too far away, but I'm broke as shit. So wait, Warhammer Dark Tide doesn't come out until the 30th, right?
yep.
Okay, just making sure.
So I think the plan is to do more Vermintide this week. I don't know. I think that's what it sounded like we were going to do anyway.
Yeah, I'm
If
probably
you're
gonna
so
try to.
inclined.
Yeah, I'll probably run a little bit just solo. That way I can actually get some levels on my characters. Because
We
I
looked
know.
at Payne and I looked at the wings or whatever it's called, the weaving one, that's on the DLC. We looked at that one a little bit and determined that we need a full team to, or at least one more person to really have a chance at it.
Yeah, I don't like the fire dude, the pyromancer. I don't like her. I
I had
think
a lot
her,
of fun
them.
with her.
I didn't like her. I hate the fact that like you can explode and die instantly. I think that's
Yeah,
the thing that I hate the
that takes a
most.
bit. The playstyle ends up being a lot of just dive into the middle, melee everything, and stuff.
Yeah, when I played before, I had my ranger fully like maxed out.
That's the one that I was playing, right?
Yeah. She's a
Yeah,
lot of
I'll
fun.
probably,
She can do a lot of damage.
I might try the dwarf or something next time, or the witch hunter or whatever it was.
The witch
See how
hunter
I
wasn't
like those
bad.
ones.
Witch hunter is a lot like the ranger, except kind of like slower melee wise and more utility, I guess you could say. Not necessarily going for straight damage, but like the flail that I kept using staggered almost everything that I hit as long as it wasn't a big monster. And it broke shields and broke armors and stuff like that. It was slower, like you couldn't just hack and slash really quick. For love of God, don't use the rapier. Oh my God. Oh, you know how generally you'll have like a little bit of like pushback, knockback whenever you hit somebody with a weapon, right?
Generally, yeah. I don't think I thought I grabbed more latex than that. Oh well.
The rapier has no knockback at all. So you can sit there and attack, but if you're getting swarmed, you're taking damage. Like you can't knock them back, you can't stagger them at all. Like you're just gonna straight up take damage. It's so bad.
Now we got some cages in here. So basically the way that this whole thing ends up working now is the number of cages that are in the big chest is kind of how many cage Rauk will end up with before it sort of stalls.
Ideally, it won't stall. Well, I mean, I guess since we don't have them being auto slaughtered.
It'll use the cages over time because they become the cage Vrauk. So those have to be taken up to be rendered, and then the empty cages come back.
I'm thinking we need to like do one whole block specifically just for Rux, and probably the fish by that point.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have blocks that are, at the very least, stops that are set up for things like that. I mean, that's kind of my plan, is to get LTN online and start building stops for each of these processes. And they might not be the huge production levels for the first run of it, but it's enough to get things rolling and spread out, so we can continue progressing while more things are being built.
Until we get, if we try to do like something like that, until we get the Vrux stage 2 going properly, whatever we build for them needs to have the where is it? This building.
The slaughterhouse?
No, the creature chamber.
Oh, to make more of them?
Yeah, that way, just in case for some dumb reason it hits 0.
I mean, that's part of, yeah, that's part of why I have the 8 set aside. But what my plan is to, because since we already have Vrauk 2s unlocked, I think, let's see, what does this take? Agar, moss, and cellulose are kind of the cellulose is the biggest issue here.
Yeah, it's cellulose.
I think all of this can be kind of packed down and at least have some Vrauk food being made locally without too much trouble. Or maybe that's an adjacent stop too. Split it off a little bit.
We're both in agreement of we pretty much want to have one block or one stop for like just the labs for the science, right?
Yes, science definitely needs to be its own stop. The
So
science labs.
where do we want to put it?
Basically, I mean, we can. I don't know.
I asked the hard questions, I know.
Oh, I mean, it's just a matter of where's a block that doesn't have other stuff kind of sitting in the way. Like it could go here. It could even be put here, and because other stuff will be out of the way.
I would say I'll remove the reserve for King Stupid. I would say probably putting it where that is, like the main block, the second one you did. Maybe put it there, and then that way, because where my science flower stuff is right now, the researching everything is messy. I don't like it. That's part of the thing that I'm gonna redo when we get trains up and running.
I mean, it could even be for the science. It could even be a stop of that size. And the two tracks is just for future proofing it more than anything. It wouldn't really need that.
Yeah, I don't see it pulling a lot of attention.
Yeah, the second one is more so if we needed to have some random thing brought in later that didn't go to the science, then that gives us a place to put it.
I also imagine as we start unlocking more of the sciences, we would need more stops.
Not really, because all the science would just go into a multi-requester that would basically just request a certain number of each science pack, and then it just gets distributed out to the labs.
As far as I can tell, there's 10 different sciences that we're gonna have to be inputting.
Yeah, and 10 over, let's see, where's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 4 is 24. 5, 7, 27 times 32 slots per side of space, I mean, that's plenty of space for science to be delivered and keep running. For the amount of labs that we're practically going to have. I mean, yes, we could have a lot more labs, and scale up to significantly larger volumes, but not in this space.
Yeah, plus, I mean, even with, what was it, that 1K science per minute base that I had, it was still only like, I want to say 16 labs, and then it just had a whole bunch of the beacons around them. So
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to have beacons for ages and ages, but...
yeah, but I mean, even if we could fit 16 labs and then just make them spaced out enough so that we can put in the beacons later, I don't imagine the beacons change size.
I don't know.
They look the same whenever I last looked at them. Yeah, same thing. It's just your basic beacon from vanilla. 3x3. So I mean, if we
There you
keep
go,
that in the back of
16
our
labs.
heads. Wait, did you just put it down?
Look at this space.
I mean,
very, very evenly.
yeah, that's you nailed it. I gotta say, that's
That was more just kind of see how much space they took up, and like, yeah, it's easy to put enough of them in there.
yeah. I think just that little corner right there will be enough, and then
And basically off of this station, it's going to request the different types of science and belt them out to the different place to the labs. Or if depending on what we have by that point, it might just might just stick them in provider chests for the robots to deliver to the labs.
you don't want a lot of robots flying everywhere. I imagine
Local
our
robots are fine.
I imagine our
Local
science
robots
is
are
going to be pretty
perfectly
bad.
fine. Yeah, I mean, local robots. So there's local robots and global robots. Local robots in a small area are perfectly fine. There's no issue with that. What you don't want is a robot flying from here to here. That's what you don't want.
Yeah, well, that's kind of why I said, like, right at the edge of where the robos ports are going to be, at the edge of the blocks, just put a little chest that it automatically gets filled up with 50 of each robot or whatever. And then
Yeah, it's really hard to do like block transition chests that way that don't end up with weird stuff happening. And it's really not necessary for what we're doing.
it would automatically do it. I'm sure there's a way to do it, though. Even if it's
mean,
like when we
like,
first build the block,
so-
it requests
So one of the
it.
cool things that we have with the trains is that the trains have grids. If I find it again. So they all have, at least I'm pretty sure they have grids. I thought I saw grids out in at least some of the trains.
I actually think I just answered my own idea how it could be done.
We might not have grids for the trains until the or we won't have grids for the trains until tier 2.
So
Then they get equipment grids.
with the LTN, does it, if we would have it so like once we put up a new block, say we have it so that there's a requester chest there that requests 50 construction and 100 logistics, and we have it at one of the train stops, like even if it was one of these little buy areas right here, would it request it and only keep it would keep it filled up as long as that's how many there were in the network?
So what I've done, so kind of. The and it's, I mean, it's kind of, there's a bit of nuance to it. The roboports have a signal output or circuit output to show how many robots are in the roboport network. So it will show, it has an output for the total number of robots, the total number of available robots for construction and logistics. So you can use those signals to determine how many robots are actually available in the logistics network at any time. With that, what I've done is in my SE and K2SE builds, is I have a station, a blueprint for a station element. Let me see if I can find it and if it even works. I bet that's not even in this. I don't have my mid book. Well, I can't grab it because I don't have it handy. But basically, I have a blueprint of those that fits at the end of a stop. So I would basically add the roboports for a station there, and there's a inserter for each side that goes into the two roboports, and it has signals or combinators that are looking at the total available robots and only adding robots to the roboports if the total is less than a certain number. And then the station itself just has a request for a certain number of robots. So it'll keep, like, I think my usual request is 200 of each for each station, just for to make the request size work properly. Although I'm getting better understanding of how some of those things work, so I might not need to do it that way. Exactly.
I think that's roughly around what I was asking.
Yeah, so it's not exactly what you're thinking, but it's similar to what, kind of the same concept, just more pieces to do it. But you would still build the station section and then paste those blueprints. That would all get built from your roboport, and then everything else can happen, you know, whatever resources it has available. Doing builds directly from the LTN system is not as simple with that, because you don't have, there's not an easy way. I mean, we do have ghost scanners, but not for quite a while after we have logistics robots even. Ghost scanner gives a way of seeing what needs to be built, but it's still not easy to just set it up to request those things and then have it built without ending up with too much stuff at the station.
See, what would be really cool, a while back, I'm sure I could find the video somewhere. Renzo sent it to me. He had found a blueprint book design thing where it was a self-expanding base.
Yeah, I have blueprints that are kind of like that. It's not. It doesn't completely go on all on its own, but it's
the one
sort
that
of that kind of nature.
The one that he showed me was a video. It did it all on its own. Like, it scanned, it was like, oh hey, there's this resource here, so we're gonna set up the miners here to empty it. It'll put this station here for it, and like, it did everything that you were saying itself. And I don't know how. I'm not smart enough to understand how that worked, but it did, and it was really cool.
Yeah, I've seen similar, but like the self-build factory blueprints that I'm using from Brian, the same person that made all the rail blueprints. Those, you basically just place the sections as you go. So, like, I need a smeltery block, so you place a smeltery blueprint and you get the smeltery. And you know, you're still arranging them and kind of designing things out as you go to suit your needs, but it's doing it. The blueprints do all of the work of actually building. So the only thing that you actually have to build is the construction stop, and it has all kinds of combinators that drive the requests that that block is requesting, so that it requests the right amount of different things, and then builds brings the robots in, builds all of the roboports and all of the tracks and everything else that it needs for the block. But you still have to build certain elements from either train roboports or personal roboports. Or if you're feeling really punishing of yourself, then you could build that stuff by hand.
There was a way to flip a blueprint, right? Or which
Depends on the blueprint. R will rotate, F will flip, but if you're looking at the station blueprints, those cannot be flipped.
the 8-car requester?
Oh, to like put it, what do you mean?
So like I was gonna do the
The
requester station, but it
So that would be R, and you want the stop portion of it where that ping is at that end of the station.
oh,
That's
so
the
it'd
front
be.
end is.
See, I always build the stations upside down. So it'd be. No, see, I don't want that one.
I'm watching
there.
if you. I'm in that area when you paste it. You can see it.
Oh God, if I would click the right one. Oh, I guess they both do that. It would be. I might have to redo the blueprints a little bit. Because
What are you trying?
I want.
What?
That's the requester station.
Which requester station is that?
I don't know. It's the requester station in Brian's. Here, hold on. It's in the requester stations. 8-car requester.
Oh, I think those are primarily the individual box versions. I'm using the stations from the auxiliary, that one.
Ah. Let me find
And then
that.
you can just put the belts together off of that easier.
Oh, so this guy right here.
It doesn't have
I
all the
see.
belts built on it, but... Oh, here, I'll undo that.
Yeah. I think I had the same
Since
exact
I
one
have
as
to
you.
undo that one. Yeah, that looks like the same one. That's also, the auxiliary book also has all of the multi-requesters. For the 2 multi-requesters.
Oh God.
What was I? Oh, that's what I was doing. Do I want to know why what 3 full 8-car stops are for?
Resources. Just so that it's there in case it's needed.
Like all the same resource?
Honestly, I'd probably at first no. This will probably be where all the resources come in. Just in general, and then it moves. I'm mostly focusing on iron, and I'd rather have more and then readjust it later. If I have too much, then not have enough and have to move everything. If that makes sense.
So...
I apparently had a lot of chests.
So all of the...
Right now,
Yeah,
I'm
'cause you stole-
primarily...
I think you ended up stealing a bunch of mine.
Probably. I'm primarily going to be
inadvertently.
working out of the top one, but the other 2 are there just in case I need them. Kind of deal. Does that make more sense?
I would have just waited to build them until they're needed, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if I got to change them, I got to change them, but It's easier to
mean,
change the train
basically,
station
yeah.
than it is to change everything else.
Yeah, I always reserve the space for it for sure, but basically as long as you don't turn the combinator or set a request on it, the combinator then doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, she should be fine for now. Okay, I am gonna end stream and go find food and probably sit here and build this. So I'll probably.
I'll try to keep our route process going.
Okay, I'm gonna
Feeding
jump
it.
out of voice chat as well, because like I said, I'll probably be making food. So I'll
Right,
talk to you in game
laters.
night, boy. All right, so yeah, as I said, I'm gonna end it here. Yeah, thank you guys for coming out, of course, as always. Thank you guys for hanging out, lurking, chatting, all that fun stuff. I'm gonna go find me some food. I'm hungry. We talked about spaghetti a lot, and I don't know if I have any spaghetti, so I'm a little upset about that. The lo-fi beats stopped and everything, which kind of sucks, but you know, whatever. Yeah, I will be back on Wednesday. Jelly. I'll be back on Wednesday. I don't know what we're gonna be doing. We might do some more. Who's a what's it's Warzone. We'll see. But yeah, I will see KFC again. I would if I had the money. No, I wouldn't. There's no KFC around here, which is kind of upsetting. It makes me feel big cries. But yeah, I will see all of you guys on Wednesday.